Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here with you on Cargio Collegiate League TV, the second of 3 games today. And the Cavemen and the Cornbelters in this edition. Bobby Strant gets the nod on the mound for the Cornbelters, Joey Hawkins' squad. We saw a game earlier today. The Falcons had a quick turnaround after playing the nightcap last night. They had a quick turnaround in the day game this morning, and the Bats didn't quite wake up. Back-to-back games, their offense has been stagnant. What holds in these 2 games, we shall find out soon, but we'll give you the lineup for the Cavemen. Leading off the left fielder, Danny Sperling. To follow, Seth Halverson, Luke Mann, Brandon Gutzler, Connor Kiffer, Mitch Daniels, Chase Gibson, Brennan Claus, and Andy Bunton. The starting pitcher for the Cavemen on the other side will be Drake Salzman, a guy who throws a lot of strikes. Likewise, Strant. Should be a good pitching matchup, Shane.
It really should. A righty and a lefty, both similar pitching styles in terms that they have good enough velocity to get by, but really what they rely on is their command of the strike zone, getting the ball soft contact, and they're going to get their strikeouts just because they throw a lot of strikes. But not going to see a ton, probably not going to see a 13-14 strikeout game with these 2 guys on the mound, but we shall see what it holds. You never know. Should be a fun one, though. A lot of strikes, a lot of balls put in play.
We shall see. First pitch about to get underway here at 5:30 p.m. on the 28th day of July. This season been going on for about a month, and Strant starts things off with a strike. 0-1 the count to the leadoff hitter, Danny Sperling, back at the top of the order after having the day off yesterday. Foul back, 0-2 the count. Bobby Strant has dealt with some shoulder injury throughout his career. He was at Webster, then went to Arkansas. Didn't play at Arkansas. Then went back to the Gorlocks, the left-hander on the mound. 0-2 the count to Sperling. He takes the pitch low. Sperling, known for his good eye at the plate. It's been a trend we've seen all summer, and we know we saw that as a trend throughout this broadcast we've seen in the Cargio Collegiate League with a lot of players. We talked about it, Tommy Woods, another leadoff hitter who's been impressive, but this time Sperling sat down on the pitch on the black from Strant. He paints the outside corner, and Sperling has no chance. He sat down looking.
Pinpoint command, that's confidence in a pitch that you can throw on the outside corner for a strike on 1 and 2. Sperling, a good hitter. Sometimes, a lot of times, you'll see him foul that pitch off, but just looked like he was fooled. Maybe thought it was going to be outside.
The breaking ball misses the first offering to Halverson. 1 ball, no strikes. The Webster University junior from Frisco, Texas, getting the nod for Joey Hawkins. Bobby Strant, he comes set and delivers the pitch, which is fouled back by Halverson. Halverson been a mainstay in the middle of this order, up at the top of the order for the Cavemen. Him and Mann have been a good 1-2 punch. They add Brandon Gutzler to that mix, and that lineup gets a little more dangerous, Shane.
It does. You had a guy who's played professional ball overseas, absolutely tore it up at Murray State. It just adds some length to this lineup. And with their pitching staff, albeit Salzman on the mound today, not the deepest pitching staff in the league, so all the offense they can get is important.
The 2-1 is taken for a strike. Strant liking to work the outer portion of the strike zone to these right-handed hitters. And that's kind of the trend we saw last time he was on the mound. As the lefty comes set, the 2-2. Foul back. In 2019, Strant made 3 appearances out of the bullpen, including tossing 2 1/3 in Webster's NCAA Whitewater Regional game against North Central. That ball skied toward the first baseman. Carter Mize is under it in foul territory, and he'll catch it right by the first base coach's coaching box for the second out.
Saw Strant get the strikeout. They're pitching with 2 strikes. A strikeout is nice, but if you can get weak contact, that's just as much. That's just as good. Easy play there from Mize.
And now the man comes to the plate, Luke Mann. He's been the man all summer long, it feels like. And the Mizzous stand out, hitting third in the order. comes to the plate, coming into today, hitting right around 400. Here with 2 outs and nobody on, he takes a breaking ball in there for the first strike. So he's cooled off a little bit, Shane, but he's still been pretty impressive all summer long. The last couple games he hasn't had a hit, but that really broke the streak of him just tearing the cover off the baseball. Earlier this week, he was hitting over 500 coming into the ball game. He was hitting 529 last Monday coming into the game.
And you know you're swinging the bat well. When you can go 1 for 19 in a stretch and you're still hitting almost 400.
Yeah, so he's cooled off a little bit like we mentioned, but he's still hitting 400. Nothing in 2 in the count. Last Monday he was hitting 529. He's hitting about 400 now. Nothing in 2 the count. The pitch from Strand. And it's skied toward left field. DJ Schmidt is under it. He's going to have to get there in time, but it drops, and Luke Mann has himself a blooper double.
How about that? When you're 1 for 19, those usually get caught, but it looked like Schmidt just kind of lost that one in the high sky. Maybe didn't carry out there as far as he might have thought. When it comes off the bat of man, you expect it to get out there a ways, but not that one.
He was running, too, the whole time. It just seemed like maybe he got an initial bad jump, a little hesitation, and that ball, he had to travel a long way because you play one of the most premier power hitters in the league pretty deep, but that's a line out to Kyle Vance by Brandon Gutzler on the first offering from Strand, so he works around the blooper double. We send it to the bottom of the first. No score on CCL TV. Drake Salzman goes to toe the rubber for the Cavemen when we come back. Bottom of the first, no score. Welcome back to CarShield Field. Drake Salzman toes the rubber. Getting his 5th start of the summer. He's logged 20 innings so far, 25 strikeouts, just 6 walks, a 3.15 earned run average as he faces the Cornbelters lineup. Tate Matheny to lead things off. Jimmy Obertop due next. Nate Green in the hole. Kyle Vance, the cleanup hitter. DJ Schmidt, Desmond Woods, Carter Mize, Will Menendez, and Zach Freeling to follow for Joey Hawkins' lineup today against the right-hander who throws a lot of strikes. One of the best strike throwers in the league. He has a couple now ahead of Tate Matheny, nothing in 2 in the count.
And he started Matheny with a breaking ball. How about that? First pitch of the ball game. Little get me over breaking ball. Keep Matheny on his toes.
Salzman's mark of 25 strikeouts, one of the tops in the league, and his first pitch strike percentage as well, another top 5 mark. As the right-hander comes set, a ball and 2 strikes. Was pitching a couple seasons with the Henderson Reddies and now taking his talents to Maryville. Ball's lined toward the shortstop, Brennan Claus. They throw it around the horn, 1 away.
It might have looked like Matheny hit that ball well, but that pitch was bearing in on him all the way. That was about as well as he possibly could have hit that pitch. Probably would have been a ball if Matheny would have laid off of it. But just a good job of, he started him with a breaking ball, and Matheny's like, what's he going to throw now? Then he throws a fastball in the outside corner, and then on that pitch, just bearing in on him, just like that.
A strike to Obertop. Good arm side action on that pitch. It comes inside on Obertop, but we saw smoke a double yesterday. The pitch. The breaking ball is missed low. 1 ball, 1 strike to the right-hander. The former CBC All-Conference right-hander. Then went to Jefferson College, then Henderson State, and now to Maryville. Comes full circle. And the breaking ball in there for a strike. CBC right by Maryville. So he's been everywhere. He's traveled all around, but making his way right back to the St. Louis area, pitching here in the CarShield Collegiate League. And he was putting together a really nice season at Henderson as well. He rarely ever walks hitters. And he started for them a lot last season. This season he was making a lot of appearances out of the bullpen. But in his senior campaign, he's been a standout we've seen so far. Threw over 60 innings in 2019 for the Henderson Reddies. And that pitch misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jimmy Obertop, the catcher from Michigan. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nate Green, the catcher, waiting to hit on deck. This ball's hit toward left field, and Obertop has himself a knock. Jimmy Obertop continuing to rack up the base hits.
Bit of a slow start for him this summer, just trying to get things felt out a little bit, get used to the pitching. He's used to seeing good pitching playing in the Big Ten, but he's really started to come alive these last couple of weeks, really swinging the bat well. Seems like every time he puts the ball in play, it's hit hard somewhere.
This ball's skied in the infield toward the right side. Daniels is calling for it, and he'll catch it on the infield for the second out to retire Nate Green. Green played a little professional baseball overseas, and he's another former professional now, someone who's had that experience into this lineup, like with Tate Matheny as well, as Kyle Vance comes to the plate. Vance, so far this summer, he's impressed, Shane, hitting .400 coming into this ball game.
He's been on fire right from the start, really wasted no time. He had a hit in his first at-bat, and he hasn't slowed down since.
As Salzman works here with 2 outs after the Obertop single with 1 away, he gets the pop out, 2 out and 1 on. To Kyle Vance, the .400 hitter and cleanup hitter for Joey Hawkins. 14 hits, and 5 of them for doubles. 1 triple as well for Vance as the runner takes off Obertop and he swipes second. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. 1 ball, 1 strike to Kyle Vance.
Vance has some of the best gap-to-gap power you'll see in this league. He can drive the ball to right center, to left center, and
he
do just
drives
that.
it up the middle, and that's going to be a run for the Cornbelters here in the bottom of the first inning. Kyle Vance knocks another run, batted in. That's his 9th of the summer, and he knocks his 15th hit of the summer, hitting over .400 now on the season. And a good reason why Joey Hawkins made him the cleanup hitter tonight. He comes in the bottom of the first with an RBI opportunity with 2 outs, and he executes off the right-hander Drake Salzman.
He's just one of those guys that always has a solid approach. He knows what to do at the plate, knows how to handle the bat, knows the score and situation, the inning. All he had to do there was just hit a solid base hit right up the middle. Did not have to do too much. Yes, he's the 4-hitter. Yes, he can hit the ball out of the ballpark. He hasn't this summer. He's got the power to do that, but he's a line drive, hard ground ball hitter, and he'll just take what they're giving him. If he wants to pick up a solid base hit, if he just needs to drive in a run, he'll just put the ball right back up the middle.
1 ball, no strikes to DJ Schmidt. Runner on first is Vance after the 2-out RBI single to drive in Jimmy Obertop. So a couple singles in the inning, a couple outs, 1 runner on. 2 balls, no strikes to DJ Schmidt. Salzman comes set. The offering misses low. Now 3-ball count and no strikes. And Salzman, a pitch away from walking DJ Schmidt. Walking batters, not something he did much at Henderson. For the Reddies, he had 19 strikeouts and just 1 walk in 14 2/3 innings worked in the 2020 season. As DJ Schmidt takes that pitch for a strike, he gets back in the zone on the 3-0 pitch. 3 balls, 1 strike, and 2 outs as Salzman works with Gibson. The 3-1. That's hit toward right. That's in the gap. Vance is going to go from first to third, and DJ Schmidt has a single. 3 singles this inning, and it continues. Runners on the corners and 2 away for Desmond Woods. The Maryville freshman this past spring facing off against his future teammate Drake Salzman, who has committed to Maryville from Henderson. A battle here in the bottom of the first with runners on the corners and 2 away.
Again, the 4-5 in this order, Vance and Schmidt, have some of the best approaches you'll ever see at the plate. Schmidt is going to work a solid at bat, get himself in a good count. They're not going to try to hit the ball out of the ballpark. They have the power to do it, but they're not going to try every time. They know just keep the line moving, get yourself a base hit, make solid contact.
And DJ Schmidt makes a solid move to take second base. Now 2 runners in scoring position, but 2 strikes as well. The O'Fallon Family YMCA brings you that stolen base. The Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. 0-2 the count, 2 outs. Runners on second and third. The pitch to Desmond Woods. He fouls it back.
And Woods just needs a solid approach here. If he picks himself up a base hit, he can really start to break this game open here in the first inning. If you can put up a 2-3 spot in the first inning, that really sets the other team back, and they have to play catch-up.
Fouls that one back. So Matheny had a line out to the shortstop to start the ball game. After Salzman had him ahead in the count, 0-2. Obertop had a single. Nate Green a pop out. And then back-to-back singles. Now runners on second and third. 0-2 pitch, just swing and a miss. And Salzman strands a couple runners. It's a 1-0 ball game after 1 on CCL TV. Bobby Strand out for another inning of work, 1-0. Here in the top of the second, Connor Kiffer, Mitch Daniels, and Chase Gibson come to the plate. That breaking ball, he likes to get ahead with it. Shane, he does there. 0-1 the count.
Both these pitchers like to use their breaking ball early in the count.
Another one pulled toward the left side. A tough backhand play by Zach Freeling, and it's going to be a base hit. It would be tough to call that one an error just because of Connor Kiffer running. He probably would have had that one beat out anyway, so deep in the hole. But you could also make the counter argument that a shortstop, if he fields it cleanly, he has a chance to get him at first, but go with the base hit on that one. Agree, Shane?
I would agree.
All righty. Yes, here in the second inning, the Cavemen at the plate. Another inning of action for Bobby Strand. Runner on first base, Kiffer after the infield single. Mitch Daniels at the plate here in the top of the second. They're trying to respond as the Cornbelters. It could have been worse, Shane. They got one run across, but on 3 hits off of the right-hander, Drake Salzman. They had runners on second and third with 2 outs, but Salzman got out of the jam by fanning Desmond Woods. 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch is fouled away to the right side. Beautiful night, Shane. It's just been so cool, so comfortable. And we'll see if Mitch Daniels is comfortable with his Gorlock teammate on the mound. A Webster University battle right now, and it's popped up toward the shortstop, Zach Freeling. And Daniels is retired, 1 out. But Shane, back to the weather. How beautiful is it out?
It's a little. I mean, obviously it's July. It's going to be warm, but I don't think we've seen a cloud in the sky all day long. What a relief after all the rain delays, all the craziness that's gone on. Just to have a nice, warm, sunny day for baseball.
Strand tries to go to the breaking ball, misses, and also we had a couple rainbows last night. Was that last night we had a couple of rainbows?
Beautiful sunset, too.
That was interesting. Strand, 1 ball, no strikes, the pitch. Gets back in the count. And Strand, interesting way he works to right-handed hitters. It's an away approach, it seems like. He comes in there, but a little too far inside. 2 balls and a strike. But a lot of his stuff runs to the arm side, and he also works from the first base side of the rubber. It seems like he's most comfortable going outside to right-handed hitters. And even on Luke Mann, he came inside. It just seems like it's that side of the plate that he likes to work. Mann had that double in the scorebook, but more of a blooper when he kind of got jammed. That ball's fouled back. 3 balls and 2 strikes now. Full count. The runner Kiffer on first. Let's see if they put him in motion. Likely not the case here in the top of the second. A 1-0 ball game. As Mize holds him on first. Outfield straight away. In middle infield at double play depth. The 3-2 pitch from Strand. Fouled away.
Some guys are just more comfortable working to one side of the plate or the other. With the left-hander working from the first base side of the rubber, it's a lot easier for him to get to that outside corner. He's really got to that inside corner. It takes a little more effort to get it in there, and some guys are just more comfortable working to one side of the plate. You have to go to both sides just to keep the offense honest, but if you can command one side of the plate, that's better than not commanding either side.
You mentioned you have to have more effort. Yeah, working across your body. Typically with pitchers, when you're throwing your bullpens, you'll throw a bullpen before the game or throughout your work week, and you'll start with 3 fastballs. You'll throw them all to one side of the plate, maybe glove side. Then you'll go arm side next. But it seems like his arm side command is head and shoulders above his glove side, but that's not that uncommon, Shane, for a lot of pitchers. A lot of pitchers actually favor one side, and there's a couple factors of that. The way in which their ball runs, their mechanics, and the side of the rubber that they work on. He ends up losing Gibson on the free pass, and now runners on first and second. A single, a pop out, and now a walk brings up Brendan Claus to the plate, the shortstop, with runners on first and second. Huge secondary lead by Connor Kiffer at second base. After the pitch is misfired from Strant, 1 ball, no strikes. So Strant gets the sign from Green. First time that he's the backstop here in his second game. He was at center field last night, and now he's the catcher. Played at Jefferson College, Missouri Baptist, played a little bit overseas as well.
How about the athletes we have at catcher in this league? You look at the likes of Nate Green, Andrew Keck, Austin Schmidt. I mean, these guys, usually you think about catchers, and they're not the quickest. They're not the best athletes on the field. They're usually the shortstops, the center fielders, or whatever have you. But these catchers we have in this league are some of the best athletes in the league. They can play other positions. They can play around the diamond. And
who all have you mentioned so far? Keck, Green,
Overtop, Schmidt,
Staus,
Ty Staus, both Stauses.
Yeah, I think center fielders as well. Center field might be the most stacked position in this league. Would you agree, or do you?
That's a good argument. I think,
especially because so many guys can play center field, like Green. You could put guys that are really talented out there as well. That ball smoked up the middle. Bunton has himself a single, a play at the plate, and Bunton has an RBI. A tie ball game here, top of the second. Bunton comes through with 2 outs. Both runs come on 2 out singles. And now runners on first and second. The lineup flips over to the top, Danny Sperling.
Boy, don't you just love the way Andy Bunton goes about it? Not trying to do too much there. 2 away, just hit a ground ball right back up the middle. That's all you got to do. You don't have to hit the ball out of the ballpark. You don't have to hit a 3-run homer. Just tie this ball game up. Boy, we love the way Andy Bunton plays the game. A solid defensive player, a grinder up there at the plate. Doesn't try to do too much, has a fantastic approach, and just take the ball right back where it came from.
First offerings fouled away by Danny Sperling. He struck out looking to start off this ball game, but we're tied up. So Cavemen surrender a run in the bottom of the first, but they respond in the top of the second. A 1-1 ball game. The offering from Strant is low, so the runner at second, Gibson, stays put as Green gets to it quickly. So Kiffer started off the inning with a single, an infield single that is, Shane, but then a pop out, a walk, a fly out, and a 2-out RBI single by Andy Bunton ties the ball game. Runners on first and second. 3 knocks already for the Cavemen off the left-hander Bobby Strant. And there's another knock there to right field. Gibson's going to be sent home. A play at the plate, and Gibson is cut down by Desmond Woods. Desmond Woods.
Not the strongest throw you're ever going to see, but hey, it was on the money.
He guns down the potential go-ahead run here in the top of the second, and that's how the top of the second ends. Desmond Woods makes the throw. It's on the money in time, and he does the job to get the out, but the Cavemen do score 1. We're all tied up after an Andy Bunton RBI 2-out knock. 1-1 ball game, bottom of the first. Drake Salzman to head back out there for the Cavemen on CCL TV. Bottom of the second, 7-8-9. Carter Mives, Will Menendez, and Zach Freeling, the hitters, due up against Drake Salzman. And the Cornbelters, they got 3 knocks off him. All of them were singles in the first. We'll see if Salzman can settle in facing the bottom of the order for the Cornbelters. Just a 1-1 ball game, but 7 hits through an inning and a half so far, Shane. That's much different than what we saw. Through 5 innings, we only saw 2 hits in the earlier game, but now all the hits are coming up. The bats probably have woken up. Despite its different teams, we're going to go with that one, as we've seen 7 hits through an inning and a half so far.
Well, we have seen over the past few ball games, that was a tough play. Give that a base hit?
I give that one an E4 right there, wouldn't you?
We'll go E4.
That's tough. We were on the
in-betweener.
subject of hits. That is an in-betweener, and literally that was an in-betweener on the hop too. I think that's a play that if we honestly ask Connor Kiffer, he'd probably say he should have made, he could have made, and so that's why I would ultimately give that one an air.
But as I was saying, we've seen the last few nights, a lot of offense early in the game, and then the pitchers start to settle in.
Maybe.
Will we see the same thing here? Who knows?
Who knows? We definitely don't.
No,
That's why
we have no idea what the heck is going on the field sometimes.
We're calling the live action. That's all we tried to do. We call that a swing and a miss by Will Menendez and nothing into the count. Zach Freeling, the 9th place hitter, is waiting to hit next. So runner on first, Mize gets on. We deemed that one as an E4. Middle infield pinches for double play depth, but Will Menendez goes back to the dugout with a strikeout swinging, 1 out.
And that play out at second on a ball hit on the turf, when it has that top spin on it, sometimes it can kind of take it like almost like a bouncy ball, but it's going to be a true hop. It's not going to usually bounce one way or another. There's no rocks out there for it to hit, little chunks of dirt for it to hit, little maybe sand that's kind of piled up. So you're going to get a true hop. So Kiffer would definitely tell you he should have made that play, albeit that's not an easy play by any stretch of the imagination. That's why we were questioning whether we should call it a hit or an error. It was hit well, but Kiffer will definitely tell you he, if not should have made that play, definitely could have made that play.
We'll see what plays can be made now. A hitter's count for Zach Freeling. 2 balls, no strikes as the right-hander delivers. And Salzman gets back into the zone. Even on 2 balls and no strikes, he'll throw a breaking ball, and he won't just make it a get me over. That one's on the inside corner. Not an easy pitch to hit. Everything competitive from Salzman. And that pitch misses outside. We have some people that disagree with us, Shane. We look out on the scoreboard and they notch 4 hits for him, but we're deeming that one as an error, and everybody at home should as well, because we got the official score with us in the press box. So ultimately that's what we go by, and that's what we decide on, as that's a strike right there. Salzman getting back into the count after falling behind, 2 balls and no strikes. It's a full count as he tries to put away Zach Freeling with 1 out. He's 1 pitch away from getting out of this. Infield looking for a double play. The 3-ball, 2-strike offering from Salzman. That ball smoked down the left side, and that's going to be a single for Freeling. A good 3-2 knock for Zach Freeling, and another knock off Drake Salzman, the 4th hit tonight for the Cornbelters.
No debate about that one. Well-struck base hit.
All of them have been singles off Salzman. He's limited the damage in terms of extra bases, but 4 singles tonight through the first, and we're just here in the bottom of the second, only 1 away, and now a dangerous hitter comes to the plate with runners on first and second and 1 out. Tate Matheny, he shows his danger on the first offering, and he'll have himself at least 1 run batted in, make that 2, and Tate Matheny has a 2 RBI double with 1 out here in the bottom of the second.
I mean, it seems like every time he's at the plate, he's hitting the ball hard somewhere, and if he gets a pitch, he knows he's seen Salzman already. He knows he's going to throw a lot of strikes, and you get a pitch early in the count that you can handle, why not have a rip at it? The way he's been swinging the bat, he wants to get up there and swing as much as he can.
So 5 hits tonight off Salzman, 1 being that double right there from Tate Matheny, and then 4 singles. Matheny with a couple runs batted in, and now Jimmy Obertop comes to the plate. Obertop had a single and came around to score in the first. And the Cornbelters, who surrendered their lead last inning as the Cavemen scratched a run across in the top of the second, take it back here and go up by a couple runs. 3-1, they're on top. As they tag the right-hander for 5 hits already. This ball is hit well toward right field. Jimmy Obertop has himself a home run, a 2-run shot for the Michigan catcher Jimmy Obertop as he trots around the base paths, and now 4 runs across this inning for the Cornbelters.
And how about a one-hop into the woods? The opposite field, Obertop, I believe, have all his home runs been to right center? I know at least 3 of them have. That's 4 on the summer. I'm pretty sure all of them have been to the
angle. A couple runs scored and a couple runs batted in as well. He shows his opposite field power with yet another home run to the opposite field. His 4th of the summer. He gets a couple more runs batted in, and now the Cornbelters have hung a crooked number up here in the second inning. A 4 spot now they've had off the right-hander Salzman. We've seen him be very sharp at times, but he looks like the ball's a little more flat coming out of his hand tonight. Not even though he's been getting ahead, the hitters have found a way to square him up and get knocks off of him. 4 singles, a double, and a home run off Salzman here in the bottom of the second inning. He's only recorded 1 out here, but 4 runs have come across. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Salzman gets the strikeout. So Nate Green is 0 for 2. That brings up Kyle Vance. He had a single back in the first inning. Jimmy Obertop with opposite field power, Shane. You mentioned 3 home runs to the opposite field. It could even be all of them. Man, we do so many games, some of these things run together, but I believe did he not have 1 to left? All of them are to right?
At least 3 of them are to right center. I'm having a hard time. We know at least 3 out of the 4 have been to right center, so that's impressive nonetheless.
And this is a guy who can take it to right center as well, Kyle Vance. We talk about that story of his gap-to-gap power, and he's really been able to show it this summer. He's slashing over 400, 1 ball, 1 strike. As Salzman looks to limit the damage here, 4 runs have already been hung across as the Cornbelters have a 5-1 lead. Ryan Foley starts to play a little catch in the Cavemen bullpen. Salzman, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch is fouled away. Kyle Vance wearing the high green socks today. Working here against Salzman, trying to get out of this bottom of the second. 4 runs already across as that pitch is missed upstairs. A 5-1 Cornbelter lead. A couple extra base hits this inning and 3 hits already. The air to start the inning came around to scoring Carter Mize as that pitch is upstairs. And then a single, double, and home run on back-to-back-to-back batters. And now they want to kind of pick up the action in the bullpen. The Cavemen do. And Vance, they say he went around, and Salzman works out of it. But now before 4 come across for the Cornbelters, they've scored 5, and they're on top. 5-1 after 2. We send it to Shane Holsey on CCL TV.
First pitch from Bobby Strant to Seth Halverson is fouled away, underway here in the top of the third. A 5-1 Cornbelters lead. They've already rattled off 7 hits. 2 RBI double by Tate Matheny and a 2-run homer by Jimmy Obertop. Part of a 4-run second inning for the Belters, and they lead at 5-1. As we head to the top of the third, Seth Halverson, Luke Mann, and Brandon Gutzler for the Cavemen as they try to fight their way back against Bobby Strant, who's worked 2 innings so far, 4 hits surrendered, the 1 run.
And you say fight your way back. You're down by 4, but you have been able to show that you've been able to hit this left-hander a little bit tonight. Already with 4 hits, but just 1 run to show for it.
That pitch misses up and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Seth Halverson.
And last inning ended on that questionable decision to send Chase Gibson home when you have the middle of the order coming up. We see how that story, potentially that decision, plays later in this ball game, depending on, what Halverson does here. Not only that, but also just where the Cavemen get some production across the middle of this order, which is pretty thick.
Halverson reaches base on the free pass, so Strant surrenders the walk, and Halverson is on base to lead off the top of the third. Second walk surrendered by Bobby Strant.
This is the time, Shane, to make a response. After your team lets up 4 runs, Shane, the mentality going back out after your team surrenders 4 runs, you don't want to have a shutout inning. You want to be able to at least chip away a run or it's back in and help out your pitcher Salzman. Yeah, he got squared up. He's surrendered a couple extra base hits, but helped.
Halverson's going to hop up and head over to third. So Halverson gets credit for the stolen base and a throwing error, moves him up to third now with nobody out. I think Mize over at first tried to throw the ball before he had it. It wasn't a bad throw by Strant.
And you're thinking, okay, Halverson ran once, he'll probably run again. He is off with the pitch on the first move, but Strant had him. But the error cost a couple bases, and now Mann.
That's popped up once again to left. That's falling quickly, and it's a fair ball. And Luke Mann is going to have another double, and he's hit the ball about 200 feet in total. He's hit about 230 feet worth of base hits, and he has 2 doubles and now an RBI.
He's had no exit velocity tonight, but, hey, look at the muscles, big fella. You got a couple doubles on the scorebook, and that's par for the course for what Luke Mann's done all season. But I think that's the only time we've seen him with 2 doubles that he really didn't deserve. But hey, you deserve them. They happen in baseball. It's so hard to hit. You'll take any hit you can get. But those are 2 doubles. You mentioned he's hit the ball about 200 feet tonight. Pop-ups, and he's got a couple doubles to his name.
Hey, you'll take it. You look in the scorebook, and it looks like 2 gappers and an RBI in the scorebook.
And that's when you get on second. You look toward your dugout. You just look at your
Flex
muscles.
Flex
on them.
Flex them. 5 hits now for the Cavemen. 11 hits between these 2 ball clubs as we play here in the top of the fifth. Top of the third, rather.
Bats are hot. But this is huge, though, in all seriousness, with the Cavemen responding to that 4 spot that was hung. Mm-hmm. They're not getting shut down. They're coming back and saying, hey, we're swinging the bat well as a club. Let's keep doing it. Screw the 4 spot, and let's go and chip away at the lead, the deficit that we have, and that's what they're doing.
And Gutzler is going to drive in another here. That's a roped extra base hit in the right field. Gutzler chugging on into second. A strong throw from Matheny, but it's not in time. And back-to-back RBI doubles, and just like that, it's 5-3.
1 double of a blooper, one double of a majestic gap shot. And Gutzler, that's kind of what we expect from him. Over 50 home runs in his college career. He's played some professional baseball. Shane, he has a nice double right there, another RBI. They keep moving along. Both offenses are hot. They're squaring up the baseball tonight.
Make that a half dozen hits apiece, and Connor Kiffer is feeling he's swinging on the first pitch. He wants to keep that line moving, keep the bats rolling. Not wasting any time swinging at the first pitch. They say hitting is contagious. I think we've proved that theory here tonight. 12 hits already as we play here in the third. And that's hit up the middle, another base hit. And Gutzler is going to try to score. Matheny, the throw from center is offline, and Gutzler slides around the tag. So 3 runs in the inning for the Cavemen. 3 straight knocks. 7 hits, and now 4 runs for the Cavemen. RBI for Kiffer.
Oh, Shane, by the way, nobody out either.
Still nobody out. 4 straight have reached. A leadoff walk, couple of doubles, 1 a blooper, 1 a rope shot into the gap, and now a well-struck base hit for Kiffer.
And Joey Hawkins said, all you guys go down there. And the 4 bullpen pitchers go down. We wonder who they'll go to first. But Kowalski going down there, Braden Bone. Seeing who potentially will go into this game. Rob Parks, the whole bullpen clan. So they'll need them. As it seems like it will be a bullpen game.
It's shaping up to be that way with this pitching matchup. We didn't quite expect it, but hey, we've come to learn with baseball, expect the unexpected.
Well, we said they throw a lot of strikes, and they have indeed and done that, but they're not quality strikes. They've been getting squared up. I mean, we're in the third, and
we've already seen 100 pitches so far in this game.
We've seen 100 pitches. We're in the third inning. It's 5-4. We've seen 9 runs and 7-6 in terms of hits for each team. They're tearing the cover off the baseball.
I think they're seeing the ball well at the plate. Goodness. 13 hits. Still nobody out here in the third.
They just won't go away.
No. So 1 in the bottom half for the Cornbelters of the first, 1 in the top of the second for the Cavemen, 4 in the bottom of the second for the Cornbelters, and now 3 in the top of the third for the Cavemen. That's 5-4. 9 runs, still nobody outs here in the third.
That's a big response, though. Somebody's going to, if they don't get a starting pitcher to settle in, a bullpen pitcher is going to need to settle in, and whoever does, ultimately, that's what a game will come down to.
And another base hit and another line drive scorcher back up the middle. But Mitch Daniels picks up the base hit.
They're squaring up the baseball. I mean, these aren't just, besides Luke Mann's 2 bloop doubles, I mean, these have been rockets. They are putting great swings off of the left-hander. He's struggling to find his stuff. His stuff is now flattening out a little bit. He's more up in the zone, right in these hitters' wheelhouses. And the hits continue to go. 4 straight hits and still nobody out. Hawkins trying to get Strand to finish this inning, but it doesn't look likely right now with nobody out. And 4 straight hits, a walk as well. And they're continuing to put on the runs. Now there is action in the pen.
That pitch misses high. 2 balls, no strikes to Chase Gibson, the catcher.
This is the most offense we've seen early in a game all summer in terms of hits and runs scored.
How about 14 hits and 9 runs? Still nobody out in the third, and that's rip, but foul. Man, Strand is not missing many barrels right now.
What happened to the hitters? We were getting spoiled with all these pitching matchups. The hitters must have had some Wheaties or something today because they've been. I mean, we've seen over 100 pitches. I thought that's a pretty impressive statistic, but man,
I think we were due for one of these slugfest ball games. Only 1 home run, just the Obertop home run, but
it's like you're playing the bigs, a big old slugfest. You ever play that video game?
Slugfest?
Slugfest,
Yes.
oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The power swing, that's what they're doing tonight.
They're squaring up a lot of pitches. The 2-2. That's hit to first, and maybe a double play. Nope. Line drive to Mize. He tried to turn 2 on Daniels and a dive back to the bag, a bang-bang play, but tie goes to the runner. So now, mercifully for Bobby Strant, 1 away. 5 straight had reached, 4 straight base hits for the Cavemen. A couple of doubles and a couple of singles. Now the line out. And almost a double play. Now the 7th man to come to the plate, Brendan Claus. He lined out to left field his first time up back in the 2nd inning. And that's chopped foul. Boy, you think the Cavemen have answered the 4 spot put up by the Cornbelters. They just have 3, but my, what an answer.
That's what you have to do. You get your team right back in the ballgame. Don't leave it to chance. Don't leave it to the bullpen. They're seeing Strant well, and we're likely going to see a relief pitcher, if not this inning, next.
Runners go, and they're going to have a couple stolen bases. So Daniels moves to second, Kiffer over to third. Those stolen bases brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, social responsibility. So now 2 more runners in scoring position. And a base hit would likely give the Cavemen the lead. And that's a swing and a miss from Claus for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cole Schrader getting loose for the Cornbelters in their bullpen. The 2-2. Outside corner. He went maybe a little bit off the outside corner, but got the call for strike 3. So after 6 straight reach to start the inning, Strant's gotten 2 straight outs. And now the bottom of the order, Andy Bunton, who delivered an RBI single his first time up. And a foul ball off the knob of the bat.
Bunton with a good at-bat last time, getting that 2-out RBI single. But the singles, it's been a hit after hit after hit, and you wonder what would happen in the 2nd inning. After the inning ended with a hit, they just continued that success to start off the 3rd, 6 straight reaching.
1 ball, 1 strike to Bunton, 1 for 1 on the evening. I mentioned the 2-out, or the 2-out RBI base hit. If he can deliver another one here, would likely give the Cavemen the lead. The 1-1. Chopped over to third. Menendez bobbles it momentarily, but fires on the first for out number 3. So 6 straight reach base, 5 straight rather reach base, and then Strant retires the final 3 he sees in the inning and keeps the Cornbelters on top. 5-4 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. 14 hits, 9 runs. It's been a wild start. We're just getting started. We're headed to the bottom of the 3rd. 5-4, Cornbelters on top. New arm for the Cavemen. After Drake Salzman works a couple of innings, Ryan Foley, the new arm into the ball game, and DJ Schmidt greets him with a base hit to left field on the first pitch. Didn't even have time to introduce you to the new pitcher, Ryan Foley, out of John Wood Community College. He's worked 17 in the third inning so far this summer for the Cavemen. 12 strikeouts, 7 walks. ERA in the mid-threes. Check swing and a ball to Desmond Woods after the base hit to left field by DJ Schmidt. He's 2 for 2 on the evening. Now Desmond Woods, the hitter against Foley, the second man. He faces it out of the bullpen, and there goes. So Ryan Foley surrendered the base hit to Schmidt on the first pitch. Schmidt stole second base, and a strikeout of Desmond Woods, and now Carter Mize. No balls, 1 strike. Make that 1 ball, 1 strike. Mize reached on an error and scored in the second inning, part of a 4-run inning. The Cornbelters 1 in the first, 4 in the second, and 3 in the top of the third. So the last 2 half innings have seen 7 runs scored. And a wild, crazy start to this ball game. They're not saving it for the 7th inning.
And do you think, who wonders if Foley was really expecting to come in this early? Salzman's a guy who typically eats up innings, an uncharacteristic start of him. So that's something you want to watch for as well. Just like the mentality of a bullpen pitcher, you always have to be ready, but like you're not expecting to come in the third inning when you got a guy who usually eats up 4, 5, sometimes 6 innings on the mound.
He'd worked at least 4 in every start he made, and Carter Mize rips that one to right center. You can kiss it goodbye into the bullpen. Carter Mize, his first home run of the summer, and the Cavemen, or the Cornbelters rather, extend their lead to 7-4.
Nice swing from Mize. Skied that ball. A deep, majestic fly. He drives in his Missouri Baptist teammate, DJ Schmidt, and the Cornbelters are hot swinging the bat. Both teams are tonight.
Baby, are they ever.
Man, they're swinging the bat so well, both these teams. It's an offensive powerhouse, new pitcher in the game, but the theme doesn't change for tonight, offense.
How about 8 hits apiece, 16 hits, 11 runs as we play here in the bottom of the third, just 1 away for Will Menendez.
Carter Mize, we know he gets some at the plate, and he finally did. Finally got some of all of it. He didn't just get some.
He got all of that. He gets him some at the plate, and he got all of that one into the bullpen. He drives in his Missouri Baptist Spartan teammate, DJ Schmidt, and himself to make it 7-4. So the Cornbelters not slowing down. They already have a couple of hits this inning, but Menendez goes down on strikes. And that brings in the Slubillican, Zach Freeling, hitting 9th in the order. Picked up a base hit his last time at the dish. So 8 hits apiece, 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Cavemen. 7 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Cornbelters. First pitch from Ryan Foley, right down the middle. We're due for an offensive explosion, but I don't think we could have saw this coming. 11 runs in the first 3 innings.
No, I called that. You didn't. Dude, you don't listen to me? I called that before the game. I'm kidding.
I was going to say, what did I miss?
Oh, you missed the mark. You missed a lot.
Well, these hitters aren't missing the mark. They have 16 hits, 8 hits aside, 11 runs, and we're still playing here in the third. And is this a product of good hitting, bad pitching? What is it?
I'd say the pitches are in the wheelhouse for these hitters. A lot of them are just flat, right down the Broadway, if you will. I think it's just, I mean,
it takes
it's
a little
never
bit of ball.
one, yes. But I would say with the way a lot of these things have gone, they're earning their hits, but they're also they're on a tee, a lot of these balls are tonight. I mean, neither pitcher had kept the ball down. Neither pitcher had their best stuff. So it's a tough thing to try to analyze and break down. But I think that you see the power, you see the from all sides of the both teams. I mean, it's hard to pinpoint, Shane, but you'd have to say you give it just because it's just great offense so far.
And Freeling smokes that one down the left field line. Boy, even some of these foul balls have been hit hard.
But it has to be also, I mean, if the pitchers are carving, is it bad offense or good pitching?
I mean, usually it's a combination of both. You really, like you said, you can't really ever pinpoint one thing. There's so many factors that go into it. It's hard to pinpoint one thing.
Does a good pitcher beat a good hitter?
Well, a good hitter in the big leagues hits 300, so 70% of the time.
But I'm saying a pitcher's pitch, a hitter can always make a better swing on a good pitch. You can make a great pitch, but a hitter can make a great swing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if a great pitch is coupled with a great swing, that's usually leaving the yard. The difference is it's so hard to make a great swing. That's why they hit so low.
8 hits aside, 7-4 Cornbelters as we play here in the bottom of the third. A runner on base, the walk by Freeling. And that turns things back over to the top of the order. And Tate Matheny, you know your team's swinging the bat well when you get your third plate appearance, and it's only the third inning.
Something's going right. He's like, I hit. Okay, I'll probably sit for a couple innings, get my at-bat in. No, the team's saying,
right back at
I'm going to get on base. I'm going to get on base. You get on base. You get a hit. You get a hit. And now he's back up at the plate in the third for the third time.
And he hits that one deep to center field. Halverson to the wall, and he makes the catch. Matheny gave it a ride, just got underneath it a tad. So 2 more in the inning. Carter Mize leaves the yard for the first time this summer, and the Cornbelters extend their lead. They've scored 6 runs the last 2 innings. They lead at 7-4, and it's been a slugfest through 3 from Carshield Field. This inning brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, computers, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or you can head on over to itcscrap.com. You can find them either any place, 1-877-258-3601, or on the web at itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling for the Cavemen after the ground rule double. Sperling's 2 for 3.
We haven't seen offense quite like this. Anybody tuned in, you've seen over the last hour we've been playing for a little over an hour, and you've seen knock after knock after knock after double, big home runs all across the board. A ton of offense so far. Just we're an hour into this game, and we've seen 11 runs.
Cavemen looking for some more here in the top of the fourth. Seth Halverson at the plate with a runner on second base. Sperling, the leadoff ground rule double. Bobby Strant still sticking it out here in the fourth inning. And Halverson lifts that one deep down the left field line. Bye baseball, a 2-run homer for Seth Halverson, number 4 on the summer. And the Cavemen answer the 2-run homer by Mize with a 2-run shot by Seth Halverson, 7-6.
He knew it right away. He stared that baby down, and Just drop the bat. No flip needed. Guaranteed one off the bat. Man, they're square in the baseball up today.
Another extra
And
base hit.
That's a majestic just fly. That was gone off the bat.
10 hits now for the Cavemen. And Joey Hawkins is going to go have a word with Strant. I mean, if you're Strant, you've given up 10 hits, 6 runs, but you still have a lead. It's still 7-6.
That's the craziest part about it. For as good as the Cavemen have been, the Cornbelters have even been a little better. But they're going to stick it out with Strant. Hawkins potentially low on pitching. He just wants to get as much as he can squeeze out of that left arm of Strant before he ultimately has to go to the pen.
So 18 hits now between these two ball clubs. First home run of the game for the Cavemen. Third between these two ball clubs. Obertop and Mize have each hit one. And now Luke Mann still with nobody out. Facing Bobby Strant, and he swings at the first pitch and hits that one to center field. Boy, they're swinging away here tonight. But Mann skies that one out to center. Matheny puts it away, 1 out. Fourth home run for Halverson, RBIs number 11 and 12. And still, the Cavemen trail 7-6.
So 3 pop-ups for Luke Mann, but 2 doubles.
They'll take it. And we'll have a new pitcher into the ball game. We'll tell you about it. 1 away here in the 4th. 2-run homer by Halverson, but the Cornbelters still on top, 7-6. Boy, it's been a wild start to this game. We're just not even halfway through.
Buckle up your seatbelts,
Buckle
folks.
up if you haven't already.
Fasten them, too, because we'll be here for a while.
Buckle them up tight. 7-6 Cornbelters in the 4th. New pitcher in the game for the Cornbelters. Braden Bowen into the ball game in relief of Bobby Strant. Strant 10 hits surrendered, 6 earned runs. But he does leave with the lead. Braden Bowen will face Brandon Gutzler. With 1 away, nobody on. First pitch is a ball. Braden Bowen on to make his 6th appearance. He's worked 6 in the 3rd. Just giving up 1 earned run, ERA just above 1. 6 strikeouts, 5 walks, just 4 hits, and just the 1 earned run in 6 in the 3rd. He enters with a 7-6 lead. Last time we saw him was last Thursday against the Eagles. Worked a scoreless inning. And that pitch down and away, 2 balls, 1 strike to Brandon Gutzler, who hit a well-struck double to left center, drove in a run and scored a run in the third. Big swing and a miss from the right-handed slugger. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two ball. That pitch misses down and away from Bone. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The first man Bone faces out of the bullpen, a tough task, and Brandon Gutzler. Strand's final out was a fly ball to center field by Luke Mann. The 3-2 hit him. So whether it's a hit by pitch or a walk, a free pass nonetheless for Gutzler, and he's on base for the second time.
And Shane Gutzler was one of the best hitters in the country. So it's cool to see him right in the middle of this lineup, already with Halverson and Mann. Could that add a spark to what the Cavemen, obviously we've seen them struggle to strike the ball at a consistent rate. Could Gutzler, in addition to the lineup, be someone that you could potentially see as a spark for this offense?
It seems that way. He picked up a nice, well-struck double. We saw him on the mound. The first time we saw him, we're thinking, wait, this guy was one of the best college hitters, some of the best statistics we've ever seen at the college level, and he's out there pitching, but now he's back into the lineup.
Yeah, and he does a really good job because he's able to get on base a lot, and his exit velocity off the bat, I mean, that last double, you were able to see it. He has big-time bat speed and power. I mean, over 50 home runs in a college career.
Try 52 home runs in 5 seasons.
He's played some professional ball as well, or he should have. In our estimation is when we look at that stat line.
He played some in Germany in 2019, but and there's a broken bat grounded to third. Menendez is going to go the short way to second, on to first, not in time.
Then an entertaining offensive slugfest, and it's going to come down to what bullpen arm can stop the bleeding today, because neither starting pitcher had it, let's be honest.
It's going to come down to the bullpens. Ryan Foley's the last pitcher out there for the Cavemen. Braden Bone out there for the Cornbelters. Mitch Daniels at the plate. Connor Kiffer on first base after the fielder's choice. 2 away. Kiffer represents the tying run. First pitch from Bone is hit into right field. Desmond Woods tracing back for it, makes the catch on the track for out number 3. So a 2-run homer for Halverson, and they answer the 2-run homer by Mize, and it's a 1-run ball game. We're halfway done. 13 runs, 18 hits. Fasten your seatbelts if you haven't already. Get out the popcorn. It's been a fun one. 7-6 through 3.5. Jimmy Obertop, Nate Green, Kyle Vance, 2, 3, 4 for the Cornbelters. In the bottom of the fourth, facing Ryan Foley. And Obertop looks at a strike. He hit a 2-run homer to right center his last time up. One of 2 home runs for the Cornbelters this evening.
To right center.
To right center.
Emphasize that. He's done that 3 times at least with his home run so far this summer.
And he's jammed there. It's hit down the first base line. That's going to stay in play. Mitch Daniels makes a nice catch. So one of our favorite things to write in our scorebook, the old Kiesel, the P3.
Indeed. You can't just shout out Kiesel. You got to talk about Miney and Plasmeyer, too.
Premier pitching and performance. One of the finest training facilities in terms of developing talent. We've seen so many arms in this league.
And press box.
P3.
One of our buddies in the press
Charlie.
box, he went and trained there, so we got literally an inside look. He's told us about it, and it sounds just very legit. And also the evidence is legit. A lot of the players in this league train there as well, so people probably have no clue what we talk about when we say that, but that is what it is in terms of the pop out to the third baseman and the scorebook for people who score at home, which nobody does anymore, P3.
Apparently. That's what we've been told at least.
Well, if you do score at home, send us a message, and we'll be sure to add that in our broadcast a little more. How about that?
Of course, of course. 2 balls, 1 strikes to Nate Green. Quiet night for him so far. He has one of those Kiesels and a strikeout. Pop out to first base and a strikeout. 2 balls, 1 strike against Ryan Foley. Foley's worked 1 in the 3rd so far. Surrendered the 2-run homer to Mize. Couple of hits, couple of strikeouts. Two balls, 2 strikes to Green. Fouled out of play. Nate Green, we saw him in center field in his debut behind the plate here today, this evening. Spent some time at Hawaii Hilo, Missouri Baptist. Played overseas in Sweden. He's been all over the place. Three balls, 2 strikes. Working a good at-bat here against Ryan Foley. Pitch number 7 coming up. Nobody on, 1 out. The 3-2 from Foley. In the dirt, Green reaches base.
In the bullpen again. If you haven't been paying attention or you're just joining us, there was a ton of offense in this game early on. The bullpen's going to need to really come through clutch because you don't want to burn a ton of pitchers in one ball game. It's still, Shane, it's a 1-run ball game. It's just been a parade of hits, 18 hits between the two teams. I mean, it's been wild out here how well the batters have been able to pick up these pitches so far today.
It's been a fun one. We're only halfway through, or just over halfway, through these 7-inning ball games here in the Car Show Collegiate League. If we're still tied, we've had quite a few of those instances, at least a half dozen. If we're still tied, we will go to 1 extra inning, but just 1. And if the game is still tied, they'll call it a draw.
Most times it's gone to extras, it has been a tie.
Vance fouls that one away. If my math serves me correct, I believe we've had 4 ties this summer. If my memory and math serves me correct, most of the time it doesn't, but I'm hoping it does. The only team in the league that doesn't have a tie is the Eagles. Everyone else has at least 1. Both these teams have 2, and they have already tied 1 time this summer. They were the first tie.
Congratulations. I believe your math
4 ties
is right.
4 ties.
Your math, your memory, whatever you want to call it, but there has been 4 ties
Lucky
so
guess.
far this summer. Lucky guess. That's usually the tactic I go with on things.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Kyle Vance. And he picked him off. Ryan Foley picks off Green at first base.
He's caught dancing out there. Then also caught napping. He a little jump over, and Foley had a perfect timing. So you'll take a secondary lead. He takes a secondary lead. If you go back and watch the video, you see it now. He jumped up, and as soon as he jumps off, Foley jumps around and picks him off. Great timing.
That's it slowly out to Kiffer at second. So 2 innings of work for Ryan Foley out of the bullpen. His Cavemen trail at 7-6. He picks off Green at first, and the next pitch gets the ground out of Kyle Vance. So we're through 4. We just had the first scoreless half inning since the top of the first inning. 7-6 through 4. Top of the 5th we go. Braden Bone has worked 2/3 of an inning. Chase Gibson leads things off. Gibson, Claus, and Bunton, the bottom of the order for the Cavemen. Want to take this time, to thank our sponsor, Interco Recycling. You can give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, for all your recycling needs. As Gibson chops that one foul, they recycle everything from scrap metals to electronics to batteries, just about anything. If you have any of that to recycle, just give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head on over to itcscrap.com. They'll handle it for you. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Chase Gibson, and that's hit up the middle. Another base hit. 11 hits for the Cavemen.
I mean, we were getting short of hits. We just had our first scoreless half inning, so they have to keep it going again.
We're getting a little parched of hits. There's only been 19 in this game.
19
What's one more?
Hits. We're in the top of the 5th inning.
11 for the Cavemen, 8 for the Cornbelters. But
It's
the all-important
most I've ever probably seen.
And to this point in the ball game, it's up there. Claus fouls that one away. And except really the 2 doubles and maybe the infield single as well. The 2 doubles by Mann that were kind of popped up in the left field and the
pseudo
infield
doubles
single. They've all been well-struck hits.
Oh, yeah. They're squaring
Not a lot
the
of cheap
baseball
hits.
up. Maybe
3
they
home
didn't
runs.
hit BP today. They did something different, but whatever they did,
Different for
they ought to do that.
breakfast.
They ought to do that again.
Yeah, whatever they did, whatever their
Do that.
pregame routine was before this game, do it again.
And then they'll exactly score this many runs again. Perfect science.
It is a science after all.
The science of hitting.
Was that Ted Williams? The Art of Hitting, I believe, was his book.
No, it was The Science of Hitting.
It
by
was?
Ted Williams.
It
yeah.
was. Huh.
I have that
Where'd I
book in my room.
Where'd I pull that nugget out of?
I haven't read it enough though, because obviously I didn't get down that science.
There's a reason we're up here.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And these guys are down here getting 19 hits through 4+ innings.
Maybe we got to open that book up and see what they learned. They've got some science down tonight. 19 hits.
19 hits, 13 runs. My word. And we still got 3 innings left to play. We're not done yet. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Brendan Claus. Called third strike. Strikeout for Bone. 1 away here in the 5th.
Or here's another way we could throw things. They could pick up a different book. It's called The Art of Pitching. Maybe we just need more pitching. They could understand that, and that one was by Tom Seaver. I also have that book at my house.
Hey, Tom Seaver, Ted Williams, those aren't bad guys to take after.
The Art of Hitting, the science of hitting, the art of pitching, couple books. So one of them needs to be picked up tonight so they can either understand how they had 19 hits or the pitchers can understand how to get some outs tonight.
And we won't quite have another one there. Desmond Woods makes the catch down the right field line. Andy Bunton is 1 for 3.
You haven't picked up any of that literature, Shane?
I have not. And maybe
we're still in a one-run ball game right now.
Is it a coincidence that I haven't and I'm sitting here and not down there?
I thought you maybe want to understand more about the game. I don't know.
I wish I could read more. I really do.
Why can't you?
We're still in school.
We're still in school.
Not much time on our hands. I really wish I had more time to pick up a good book and read it.
Well, if you guys want to send Shane any books or any time so he can read it.
I'll take either.
If you have any recommendations of any topics he doesn't sound knowledgeable on, just drop it down. I'll try.
There's a lot. There's a lot.
Same here. There's
better chance of picking something that I'm not knowledgeable about.
Oh, there's billions. There's so many books. But baseball literature seems right up our alley to read about the game and the history of it. Because it's a beautiful game. It's been played forever.
It really is.
Back to Abner Doubleday and the creation
Alexander
of
Cartwright.
The game.
Yeah.
Exactly. We got a little history.
There's your history lesson for the evening. Brought to you by Will Connerly.
And Shane Holsey. And Charlie Bornoff for being here as well.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Danny Sperling. Man, we got off topic.
Ted Williams and John Underwood. That was published in 1968.
Whew.
So people have been tearing the cover off the baseball before then, after
Teddy
then.
Williams.
We got off topic. It's still a one-run game, so I feel bad we're so off topic. But
hey, it's a long night. We got 3 games today.
we had 3 games the past 3 days. It's been fun days at the ballpark.
3 more tomorrow.
Amen to that.
Why play 1 when you can play 2? Why play 2 when you can play 3?
Why not? That's what I'm saying.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Sperling. The runner will be off. And a walk. So the tying run moves into scoring position. Second walk issued by Braden Bone. He walked the first man he saw, Brendan Gutzler. Retired the next 4. And Sperling on base. There's a strike to Seth Alverson. He helped chase Bobby Strant from this ball game with a 2-run homer in the 4th. Already making his 4th plate appearance here in the 5th inning. 2 walks and a base hit surrendered by Braden Bone. The base hit by Gibson. He's out at second base. No balls, 2 strikes to Halverson with 2 away. In the dirt, blocked by Green. And how fitting. Nate Green comes into the league, and what do you know? He's wearing the green and gold and these brilliant yellow pants of the Cornbelters. There's a swing and a miss by Halverson. So Bone has worked an inning and 2/3 scoreless. And we have back-to-back half innings with no runs. Breaking news, everybody. We head to the bottom of the 5th. 7-6, Cornbelters on top. DJ Schmidt, Desmond Woods, Carter Mize. 5, 6, 7 for the Cornbelters. And we've had 2 straight scoreless half innings. I know, hard to believe. First time it's happened tonight. We hadn't had a scoreless half inning since the top of the 1st until the bottom of the 4th, and now we've had back-to-back. What's happening? 7-6 still. And it's been that way for a whole inning. DJ Schmidt looks at a strike. No balls, 1 strike. Schmidt, couple of singles, couple of stolen bases tonight.
Well, the art of pitching is now being executed, it seems like.
And Schmidt cranks that one to right. That is deep, and it's off the wall. And Schmidt is going to try for second. The throw from Gutzler. Not in time.
DJ's big time. He's been big time all summer with a little extra base hit right there. Flying around on the base pass with 3 knocks today for DJ Schmidt. 3 hits, 1 for extra bases, Shane.
Hustling out of the box. Boy, do we love how DJ Schmidt plays the game of baseball. As soon as that ball was hit, some guys might be watching it, see if it would be a home run. No, Schmidt was booking it out of the batter's box and hit it on into second. He needed to book it to beat the throw from Gutzler, a strong one into second.
Desmond Woods due for a home run. We called Tommy's. Can we call it Desmond's?
Oh, baby. It's out there. You're dangling it out there. You're teeing it up for him. See if he can come through. Leadoff double by Schmidt. Make that an even 20 hits between these 2 ball clubs. 11 for the Cavemen, 9 for the Cornbelters. Swing and a miss from Woods. He's been off balance on quite a few breaking balls here this evening. Looks like they've been attacking him with the off-speed stuff, and it's paid off so far. See what he can do in an 0-2 count here against Foley. Big gap on the right side of the infield with the second baseman Kiffer holding Schmidt at second. And that's blocked in the dirt, but Schmidt is going to head over to third on the wild pitch.
The coach ought to love the way DJ Schmidt plays the game. A great hitter, can hit to both sides of the field, and also always takes the extra base, always hustling, getting the extra inch for his team to put them in a position to win the ball game.
That's all you can ask for. The Cavemen bring the infield in. trailing by 1. Woods looking for an RBI. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, and Woods has gone down on strikes for the 3rd time. And now Carter Mize, the owner of a 2-run homer. He's got another runner on base here. Infield stays in here with 1 away. The shortstop clause shifts up the middle.
He owned it. The owner of it. Nobody owns that baseball, though.
No.
You can forget about that one. He drilled that to the pen, and that's the light tower power that we know Carter Mize has. He gets some every time he swings, and he finally got all of one.
Mm-hmm. He got every stitch of that baseball and parked it in the bullpen, and at the time put the Cornbelters up 3, but then Halverson answered with a 2-run homer of his own.
And that's like what I saw him do a lot last summer. He was the MVP in the St. Louis Metro League with the Indians. He was the MVP of the entire league. He just tore it up in the summer, and that's what we know he can do.
See if that jump starts his bat a little bit. Bit of a slow start. He's hit some balls hard. Has hit into some tough luck as well, and he rips that one to right field. Gutzler in on it. Schmidt's going to tag. We're going to have a play at the plate. No, Schmidt is going to head back.
He wanted to force the throw, it looked like, and then he said, oh, no, Gutzler's got an arm. Gutzler hit 90 miles an hour off the mound the other day, and we know what he can do at the plate, and Schmidt was going to be out at the plate for sure on that one. Good to hold up and at least force the throw by the right fielder, Gutzler.
Gutzler almost cut down Schmidt at second base on that double, so he's already seen his arm once, and he sees it again there, just bluffing and drawing a throw. Now Will Menendez fouls the pitch away. Not sure if Schmidt had initially thought about going home as he got pretty far down the line. Usually on a bluff, you just see him take a couple of steps, but probably the smart decision.
He likely saw the throw, and then that's maybe what had him hit the brakes.
He hit the brakes just in time, and now Menendez, a jam shot to the right side, and Mitch Daniels puts it away, a scoreless 5th. Wow. We head to the 6th. Will Carnley will tell you about the last couple innings. 3 straight scoreless half innings. Will that continue? We'll find out as we head to the 6th.
This inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility On the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis, if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601, or go to the web, www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. It's been a slugfest, to say the least, so far. A 7-6 Cornbelters lead. Braden Bone on the mound. He's thrown 6 1/3 prior to tonight's outing, and his earned run average is 1-1. He's had a win, just 4 hits surrendered in 6 1/3. Coming in here now facing 3, 4, 5 man Gutzler and Kiffer in this lineup. A swing and a miss on the 2-0 pitch from Mann. You ought to be dangerous with Mann. Even in the 2-0 count, he goes to the breaking ball, a swing and a miss. Mann, interesting night tonight. You see he has a couple doubles, but both of them were pop flies. He popped out in the 4th, but a couple pop fly doubles to the left field line. Now he's in the box and a hitter's count again, 2-1, a swing and a miss. So on 2-0, a breaking ball, 2-1, a breaking ball. And as a hitter, that's ought to frustrate you. You can't get a fastball on a fastball count, but that's what happens when Luke Mann has tore it up in this league. Every single pitcher, it seems like. They're trying to find different ways to try to get him out.
He's been a tough one to get out, and even when he's hit a couple of pop-ups, they still can't find a way to get him out. So,
He takes the pitch there, the breaking ball outside.
It's
They
hard.
haven't found a way yet, but the Cornbelters looking to find a way to get a victory. They're just up by a run after all this here in the top of the 6th. Run after run after run tonight. Shane, 20 hits between the two teams. And this one's hit toward the right field line, and Luke Mann has himself a 3-hit day right on cue.
Why have 20 when we can have 21?
And Brandon Gutzler comes to the plate.
And the funny part about it is that's the hardest ball he's hit, and it's only a single.
Beautiful Car Shield Field. It's the home for the Car Shield Collegiate League all summer long. We're so glad you've been able to come out to the ballpark or enjoy a broadcast this year. Let us know your favorite part about the ballpark and tell us about what your favorite ballpark is. We'd love to know what other ballparks you'd like to experience here this summer in 2020 or just in any history. Send us a message, shoot us a picture of your favorite ballpark or favorite venue here at Car Shield Field, the aspects of the field and the uniqueness that it offers here this summer for the fan experience. We're for the fan, we're for you guys. That's why we put this on. And Gutzler working here against Bone. Bone had to come in and try to stop the bleeding, and there was a lot of it.
And you talk about those ballparks, and you see Cornbelters, you see normal on the front of the jerseys, but these aren't the traditional normal Cornbelters you'd find in the Prospect League. The normal Cornbelters have their own league going, the Colonel's Collegiate League. But that, you talk about ballparks, one of the cooler ones in the area, the Corn Crib in Normal.
A nice ballpark.
Multi-purpose stadium.
That ballpark and then Car Shield Field, those probably would be the two nicest ballparks in the Prospect League. Prospect League due to probably happen again likely next year, canceled this year, but those would have been the two nicest ballparks from my evaluation. Looking at all of them, I haven't been to everyone, but I've seen pictures of each and every one, so my opinion could be taken with a grain of salt, but two of the most premier facilities you for sure would find talking with a lot of people involved with the Prospect League. They held that same opinion as well as Gutzler grounds out. Because this, Shane, this is a premier facility. This is a home for these 6 teams this summer, and many fans from the area that want to come out and watch baseball. I mean, how many fans do we watch? They may not even have any vested interest in any player. They just want to watch baseball.
Yep.
It's been too long. I want to see live sports, and it's so awesome to see. And then you got Cardinal baseball back in action, and baseball fans have been chomping at the bit to see some baseball. Well, they've seen it here for about a month with fans in the stands as Luke Mann will swipe third base. That's Stolen Base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. 1 ball, 1 strike as Connor Kiffer at the plate. Joey Hawkins going to bring the infield in. A 7-6 Cornbelter lead. Shane here in the top of the 6th with Kiffer at the plate. He has a chance to tie the ball game if he could leave the yard and hit a home run. That would take the lead for the Cavemen. Important at bat right here from the relief pitcher, Braden Bone. That ball's chopped away. A ball and 2 strikes still against Kiffer, the infielder from SIUE.
And as we get later and later in this ball game, yes, there's been a lot of runs. Yes, there's been a possibility we could see plenty more. But you have to take advantage of these opportunities, because later you get in the ball games, the more they start to dwindle away, the more importance they get.
And that is important right there. The tying run comes to the plate. Connor Kiffer smokes the single to left field. Luke Mann scores, and now we're tied at 7 in the top of the 6th inning. Take advantage of it. Well, you do right there.
That's exactly how you do it. Nice, well-struck base hit. Got a 2-strike mistake. Wasn't a terrible pitch, but with 2 strikes, Bone wants to bury that pitch more in the dirt. But Kiffer, he's one heck of a hitter, and he's going to take advantage of a mistake.
A 7-7 ball game now, Shane. A huge job by Luke Mann to get on base and then come around to score on a Connor Kiffer RBI single. 14 runs enough for you, Shane?
I mean, normally I'd say yes, but hey, let's keep it rolling.
This ball hit up the middle toward the shortstop. Freeling steps on it and throws it across the diamond. And that's how the inning ends. The double play, ground ball, Braden Bone induces it, but the tying run does come to the plate. A 7-7 ball game. We go to the bite ball game. Tie ball game, bottom of the 6th inning, a 7-7 game. Fully back out on the mound for the Cavemen. 9-1-2 due up for the Cornbelters. The Slew Billiken, Zach Freeling at the plate, and he drills that first ball foul. 0-1 the count. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here with you on Carshield Collegiate League TV. 22 hits tonight, Shane. My, oh my. That's what we've seen here as we're in the bottom of the 6th inning. 14 runs have come across. 13 hits for the Cavemen, 9 for the Cornbelters at the plate. And teams will look for more hits down the stretch as we're still knotted up. This ball popped up Catcher Gibson tracking for it, and he makes the play. Those are always tough plays to make, but the William Woods catcher does the job.
And as a catcher, you turn your back to the infield because you want to catch that ball with the spin heading more towards your direction. If you try to catch it with your facing the infield, with all the backspin that ball has on it, it can easily just spin out of your glove. So you want to go against that spin and try to catch it with your back to the infield.
And the catchers are taught something that a lot of people don't want to do right now, mask off, when then look for the ball up in the air, because then you want to be able to see where you can get the ball. And like you mentioned, have your back facing toward the infield. A good execution. That's an out right there for the right-hander Foley. Swing and a miss on a bender. Nothing into the count to Tate Matheny. He's hit the ball hard today, has a double. Got a couple runs batted in on that. A line out in the first and a fly out. 1 for 3. The pitch. A swing and a miss. Foley gets him on a breaking ball. Nothing in 2. The count scoreboard was wrong on us. Now it's 0-2. So excuse me. But the right-hander facing Matheny here in the bottom of the 6th. A tie ball game overtime due to hit next. Fouled away. That first pitch indeed was a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Tate Matheny. Foley working here. Important at-bats as we come down the stretch in this ball game. Bottom of the 6th, tie game, 7-7. We've got a game on our hands. Who's going to come down and be the victory tonight? Who's going to be the hero tonight, we should say? We shall find out. Will it be another late-inning victory? Will we have our 5th tie of the summer? What's going to happen? Stay tuned to find it all out. Pitch missed upstairs. Matheny working a good at-bat against Foley.
And Foley, ever since that home run he's given up, he's really kept the Cornbelters in check. They haven't scored the last couple of innings, and what do you know? The Cavemen came back and tied it. That's what you have to do when you come into the ball game trailing. Just keep the deficit where it is, damage control.
And this ball is skied into left field. Sperling is under it, and he'll catch that one for the second out. A well-struck ball high into the atmosphere, but Sperling catches it down. He's battling the elements a little bit as well. That sun comes down in left, and it gets so tough for left fielders here at Carshield Field. We talk about the unique field with the beautiful big wall in right, but the sun comes down on the field, and then it starts to get covered with shadows as the night progresses, and that sun always, the shadows always last to cover in left field, where the sun has to be battled. The first pitch is in there for a strike against Jimmy Overtop, the catcher. We've seen Jimmy Overtop leave the yard today. He's 2 for 3 with a home run, a single, and a couple runs scored that pop up to the second baseman, Connor Kiffer, and there's 3 outs, so Foley works a nice frame. We head to the 7th tie ball game. This inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downhill frame. And the first batter he faces, free pass. And the free pass, unfortunately, has been something we've seen a lot from the left-hander. In 12 innings of work, he's walked 20 batters so far. The 20th hitter he walked to start off this inning, now on base here in the top of the 7th.
And the strikeout stuff is there. There's a reason this guy was a top left-handed pitcher in the state of Missouri. He struck out 17 guys in 12 innings. He'll take that any day of the week. But then when you're walking 20 guys on top of that, that's got to be concerning. It's hard to pinpoint with a pitcher sometimes when the control really isn't there. It could be any number of things. You could have something off with your mechanics. It could all be a mental thing, a psychological thing. We don't know. We're not inside his head. We don't know what's going on. But hopefully for his sake, he can get things turned around, get that command under control as he heads to Missouri State. Because we know how good this guy can be. He's got electric strikeout stuff. It's all a matter of harnessing it. He's still young. He's only coming out of high school. He hadn't pitched in a live game, at least to our knowledge, since his junior year of high school, which was 2 years ago. So it's been a while. So he's maybe just still trying to find his way here this summer. I mean, look at that breaking ball. That is a sharp, tight breaking ball that he drops in there for a strike on a 2-0 pitch.
And he hasn't surrendered many hits, just 6 hits allowed in 12 innings, but 20 walks. The base runners have been able to get on base against the left-hander. Coming in a high-leverage situation, Shane, you mentioned the sharp breaking ball. That's what he's used a lot to get strikeouts, 17 of them in 12 innings. He has big-time stuff. He just wants to limit that damage with the walks, and I think that you're going to see how effective he can be. Has a very high ceiling as a young left-hander at the collegiate level, and his fastball velocity can play well, but coupling his stuff consistently in the strike zone has been his biggest challenge so far this summer. And there's a stolen base right there. Brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. So 3 balls, 2 strikes. A swing and a miss by Claus, and he strikes out. So Zach Floyd, the runner on second base. See him come into the ball game, swiping a bag, Shane, and a big-time runner right there is you want to get on, and then you want to be able to know that, hey, this could be the game-winning run. Here in the final frame in the top of the 7th is a 7-7 ball game. It was an offensive parade to start this ball game. 20-plus hits in the game, 14 runs. Here in the top of the 7th, Cole Schrader trying to strand a runner on second base, 1 out. Cavemen looking for the go-ahead run. Floyd off to the races. Throw goes down, and Floyd is going to come home. That's the go-ahead run. Zach Floyd comes into the game, and he does the job. Get on base, get around, and score. And they put him on base, and he does the job. Late in the innings, and you're not in the starting lineup, but you come in and get on any way you can in terms of even if you're to substitute into the game. That's big time right there from Zach Floyd, taking advantage of the overthrow from the catcher, Green.
And in a tie ball game, you can be a lot more aggressive on the base passes. Say if you're trailing by a run or two, you don't want to get caught out there because then that takes a potential that could be the deciding factor in the game right there. But if it's a tie ball game, you can be aggressive because if you get caught, it's still tied. It's not like you're costing yourself the game. It can only benefit you. You have to make the defense make a play. The catcher, it has to be, first of all, a good pitch for the catcher to handle. The catcher has to get it out of his glove, throw to whatever base you're stealing, and then they have to get down a good tag. There's a lot that has to happen, and when you make the defense have to make a play, good things are going to happen.
They had to make a play, but the ball went into left. Floyd was safe at third and came around to score.
And when you have a guy who's struggling,
Came in as a pinch runner,
yes,
correct?
Yes.
So Gibson draws a walk. Floyd comes in as a pinch runner. He steals second, third, and comes home. That's what you want. That's the ideal thing late in the game for Floyd. Comes in not in the starting lineup tonight, but clutch right there in the top of the seventh, 8-7 ball game. Now Cavemen on top with a chance to win it next half inning, but looking for more against Schrader now. As Bunton fouls that one off to the right side. Hoots and the Eagles up next, Shane. That should be a good game.
That should be a fun one.
This has been a fun 1.5 so far. If you like offense, you definitely got it in this one. In the first place, Cornbelters. You got the Eagles with 9 wins. The Hoots, they would go, depending on the result of this game, they could go into first place or tied with first with the Cornbelters with a victory. That ball hit down the right side, and Carter Mize, it hits off his glove and goes into right field. What are you giving that, Shane?
That's a hit all day. Diving attempt by Mize, that's a base hit all day long.
Base knock, and that goes to Sperling for my calls to Shane Holsey. And now Sperling coming to the plate with 1 out against Schrader looking for a ground ball. Just a 1-run game. We've seen craziness today. We've seen big crooked number innings all inning long. No lead is safe in this game. No lead is safe in this league, of course. So things still get interesting. Foley had thrown the ball well, Shane. You stopped the bleeding out of the pen, and he did a good job. You hang crooked numbers left and right early in this game.
And look on the scoreboard out there. You can't quite see it from the camera's vantage point. But 1 run in the first. This is for the Cornbelters. 1 run in the first, 4 in the second, 2 in the third, and then 4th inning, goose egg. 5th inning, goose egg. 6th inning, same story. That's credit to Ryan Foley doing a job out of the bullpen, holding the Cornbelters offense at bay, who were swinging hot bats the first few innings. When you come into a ball game and you're trailing, that's your only job is to keep the deficit right where it's at. You can't hit for yourself. There's a DH in this league. You can't do it all yourself. You just have to do your job. Let your offense pick you up.
Give your team a shot. That's the goal, and he's done that. They had a shot. They still do. They just trailed by a run. There they were in tie ball game, and now he lets his team, at least he gave his team a shot because he's limited any damage from the Cornbelters. And he let his team, even though they were trailing before, they score a run in the top of the 6th, a run in the top of the 7th, and now they take the lead, Shane.
What do you know? What goes around comes around.
And that ball drilled to left by Halverson. He already had a home run to left field, but this one caught by the left fielder, DJ Schmidt. Final chance coming up for the Cornbelters. They're in first place, but a couple teams breathing down their neck. Can they make more separation with a 7th inning walk-off, or what will happen? We'll find out next on CCL TV. First place team backs against the wall. They trail by a run 8-7. What do the Cornbelters do here? No better shot than this. 3-4-5. Due up in the order, the heart of the order in the home half of the 7th inning. What do they do here? The final frame, the final shot for the Belters. And Foley will try to work on completing a masterful performance out of the bullpen. We talked about it. He definitely wasn't expecting to come in as early as he did. After Salzman only went 2 innings, Foley had to pick up the slack. He's trying to throw the final 5 of this game, but he was ready. Yes, he did let up a 2-run shot to Carter Mize, but that's it.
That's it.
Those are the only runs he's allowed. 3 hits, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, and he's put up goose eggs in the 4th, 5th, 6th. He's hoping for the 7th as well to try to get a victory, to complete 5 innings of work after Salzman, a consistent starter, going deep in ball games, one of the best strike throwers in the league. Wasn't his night. Stuff came out flat, and now Foley out of the pen trying to pick up his teammates, his team, after they scored in the top of the 7th. A 1-ball, 2-strike count to Nate Green, the catcher.
And this is what Foley's done all season long. He's been reliable. Doesn't give up a bunch. He's not going to give up those 4, 5, 6-run innings. He's never going to let an inning snowball on him. He might give up a home run every now and then, but he shakes it off. So what? And he continues to pitch, continues to battle, and he works the ball around the strike zone. Far from the hardest thrower we're going to see in this league, but he gets guys out.
He gets the job done.
End of story.
He limits the damage, and that's what he did today. More than that, as he was consistently having these Cornbelters hitters off balance. Tough to be off balance. 3-4-5. Nate Green, Kyle Vance, and DJ Schmidt due up. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The full count to Nate Green. Former standout. He played overseas professionally. But a swing and a miss right there, and Foley with 1 out, now 2 outs left for the Belters.
It's refreshing to see a pitcher like this. Yeah, we see the big velocity. We see these guys in the low to mid 90s, and here you are, Ryan Foley, a crafty right-hander, doing a fantastic job out of the bullpen, holding these Cornbelters.
Kyle Vance at the plate. 1 swing can tie it. 2 swing, a bloop and a blast could win it. Cornbelters very much so in this ball game. They've been in most games all season long. A tribute to Joey Hawkins in the lineup he rolls out every night. They're in first place. A strike right there to Vance, a ball and a strike. Here in the bottom of the 7th, an 8-7 ball game. In a game we've seen so much offense, Shane. 15 runs scored, 20-plus hits, and runs after runs. The starting pitchers, both of them, not able to execute. Drake Salzman and Bobby Strant didn't have their night, but the bullpen came in, tried to clean things up. And it's come down to the final innings. In the 6th, the Cavemen tied it. In the 7th, they took the lead. And now in the bottom frame here of the 7th, Foley trying to close it out and try to work on cap off a 5-inning performance in which he just surrendered 2 runs on 1 swing of the bat from Carter Mize. He would pick up the victory, working 5 innings in relief in a 7-inning ball game after the starter just went to 1 ball, 2 strikes pitch, and it's popped up towards center. Backtracking forward is Halverson, and there's 2 away. Down to the final out, a tough out that is, and DJ Schmidt. 2 outs. 1 swing of the bat can still tie the ball game. Ryan Foley, what could this be? Have a day, but try to finish your day now. It could be 5 innings, Shane, in relief and a victory after the reliable, consistent starter, Drake Salzman, wasn't on his game. And what about it, Ryan Foley trying to come and pick up the slack. That's a huge for Will Bradley and his bullpen. They didn't have to make it a bullpen game. They've only used 2 pitchers, but Foley still trying to close it out. First pitch misses to DJ Schmidt. The final chance for the Cornbelters here in the bottom of the 7th inning in an 8-7 ball game.
That's a day of work and then some for Mr. Foley. Love to see him finish this off.
DJ Schmidt hits this one towards center. Halverson backtracking forward, and Foley with the masterful performance out of the bullpen in a game where we saw so much offense. It's Foley who highlights it all. 5 innings out of the bullpen. He picks up the victory in a game where we see 15 runs scored. Shane Halsey loves it. We see, oh my goodness, the offense tonight, Shane. It was incredible.
Really a story of
23
two different
hits.
ball games.
It's
almost like the first half of the ball game we had this slugfest. It was, what, 7-6? 7-6 in the 4th inning, and then all of a sudden it ends up 8-7. We have a kind of a bullpen mixing and matching. Ryan Foley out there doing his thing. Fun to see. How about 4 straight goose eggs to end the game for Foley?
Ryan Foley, 5 innings out of the bullpen, just surrendering 2 runs. He gets 4 strikeouts, and he does the job. A big-time performance out of the pen. And the Cavemen, they came down to the wire. They scored and tied it in the top of the 6th. They went ahead in the 7th, and Foley comes up huge for his squad out of the bullpen, and the Cavemen knock a victory on the first-place Cornbelters. Hoots Eagles coming up next. Another primetime matchup. They'll be with you in about 20 minutes, so you'll want to stick with us here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. The Hoots and the Eagles. The Eagles a chance to move into first place with a victory. The Hoots looking to do the same on CCL TV. Stay tuned in about 20 minutes, an 8-7 final.
Let's play 3. Why not? Third ball game of the day. Hoots and Eagles, the 8-6-2 Hoots, the 9-8 Eagles. The Hoots will be the away team. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly with you here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. We've had a couple of fun ball games here so far today. A pitcher's duel up until the later innings of Game 1 resulted in a Jim's victory. And then a wild first game of this doubleheader, second game of the day, and the Cavemen scored 4 unanswered runs against the Cornbelters to come back to win 8-7. Hoots will be the away team. We read you through their lineup. It goes as follows. Chase Krogman leads off. He's in left field. Evan Martin, the center fielder, hits second. Nick Neville hits third. He and Evan Martin hit back-to-back in the order. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Andrew Keck is in right field. He hits fourth. Matt Dunham hits fifth. He's at first base. Tyler Bastunas, the second baseman, hits sixth. Dominic Cusimano, the third baseman, hits seventh. Ty Stouse behind the plate hits eighth. And Davey Pound, the designated hitter, hits ninth. And they'll go to task against the big right-hander from Abilene Christian, Austin Risch. And the first pitch is up and away. We're underway at 8:24 p.m. here in O'Fallon, Missouri. Beautiful night for baseball. Sun starting to go down. We'll hit darkness right around the second inning. Thank you for joining us here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. Thank all of you watching wherever you are. Wherever you're watching, we appreciate your support all summer long here on Carshield Collegiate League TV and here at Carshield Field. I'm sure we have some viewers right now who have been out to Carshield Field, enjoyed some baseball. And we're playing under the lights in Game 3 of the day. A Jim's victory in Game 1. Cavemen victory in Game 2. Here in Game 3, Hoots and Eagles. 8-6-2 Hoots, 9-8 Eagles. And a virtual tie for second place in the Carshield Collegiate League. Whoever wins this game will move in to first place with the Cornbelters' loss in Game 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Chase Krogman. That's up and away from Risch. Risch worked a scoreless inning against the Cornbelters. He started that ball game, just worked 1 inning. Couple of walks, nothing doing. Back on last Thursday, July 23rd. Here on July 28th, a beautiful Tuesday evening for baseball. And he walks the first man he sees. Chase Krogman is on base to start the ball game.
A theme today we've seen is leadoff hitters. Tommy Woods obviously getting on base. We saw a little switch up in the lineup. Chase Krogman now a few games as the leadoff hitter. It seems like he's found himself a home there, getting on base for Martin and Neville.
Evan Martin hit a long ball last night. 2-run homer, his first home run of the summer. He hits with a runner on first base. That's Chase Krogman. 1 ball, no strikes here against Austin Risch. Formerly of the University of Evansville. Now pitching for Abilene Christian, was a junior this past spring. 6'4", 205 pounds, big right-hander. Formerly of Edwardsville High School, just across the river. About a 45 or so minute drive here from O'Fallon. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Evan Martin, and he fouls that one away. Second time we've seen Risch so far this summer. Risch pitched 4 games for Abilene Christian this spring. 14 2/3 innings, struck out 15, walked just 5. ERA right at 4.3. A 1-2 coming to Evan Martin, and a foul ball. Evan Martin and Nick Neville, 2-3 in the Hoots order. They were hitting 1-2 for a stretch of about 7 or 8 games or so. But the last few games, they've moved. Joe Lincoln has moved Chase Krogman up to the leadoff spot. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes against Evan Martin. Chase Krogman on first. Austin Risch, the 2-2. make that 3-2 consecutive full counts to start the ball game for Evan Martin, or for Austin Risch rather. Evan Martin at the plate. Martin so far this summer, a .390 hitter, getting on base 43% of the time. OPS at .920. And this is 13th ball game. A check on Krogman at first. A lot of speed at the top of this order with Krogman, Neville, Martin. Andrew Keck runs very well. He's in the 4 spot playing right field. It's been a rough go at times for the Hoots offense, but they've come alive as of late, or at least enough with their great pitching staff coming in with an ERA right around 2. They're hitting .241 as a team, but getting on base about 36% of the time. They've drawn 63 walks in 16 games, right around 4 a ball game. Krogman with the leadoff walk and a 3-2 count here to Martin. And they've worked 2 to start the ball game. Runners on first and second for Nick Neville. So back-to-back walks on a full count by Austin Risch. And now Krogman moves up to second. Martin goes to first for Nick Neville. And how fun have these two SIU Salukis been to watch. Evan Martin, Nick Neville, very good friends on and off the field. They'll be roommates at SIU Carbondale come this fall, and they've been putting on a show here in the Carshill Collegiate League. Really fun to watch these two guys play.
They're playing really well. They have been. They have fun a lot, and it's fun to see the way they play the game. A lot of their family members involved with the broadcast, reaching out to us, letting us know that they've been watching. They're good friends, and they have been putting on a show like you mentioned. This is a great duo in this Hoots lineup, and that's why they, Shane, have a chance to get into first place tonight. This is a prime-time matchup. No better to be under the lights. Winner takes first place in the Shield. That's a big matchup we have tonight.
Eagles coming in at 9-8. Hoots at 8-6-2. The Cornbelters with a loss dropped to 9-7-2. So if the Hoots would win, they'd move a half game into first place. Having played one fewer game than the Cornbelters, but one fewer loss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here to Nick Neville. 2 have reached base via the free pass. Austin Risch walked a couple of batters in his first outing in just 1 inning. Couple of walks already here tonight. Just walked 5 batters in 14 2/3 at Abilene Christian this spring, so uncharacteristic of Risch here in his first couple outings to be walking a couple hitters. 2 balls, 1 strike. Good count here for Nick Neville. A home run, 8 driven in. And he grounds that one to the right side. Randazzo will take the easy out at first, and it works as a sacrifice. Martin up to second, Krogman over to third. So Neville gets the job done, and now an RBI chance here for the right fielder, Andrew Keck. Primarily a backstop. Boy, the Hoots have some athletic backstops with Keck and Ty Stouse. They've both seen time in the outfield. Andrew Keck playing right field for the 2nd straight night. And that's sprayed foul down the first base line. So 1 strike here on Andrew Keck. Our apologies, we have Falcons on our scoreboard, but it is the Eagles are the home team here this evening. We'll get that straightened out for you. So it is Hoots and Eagles. Falcons played earlier this afternoon. We'll get that straightened away for you. No score here as we play in the first inning. Couple of walks and a ground ball have runners on second and third for Andrew Keck. No balls, 1 strike. And that gets all the way to the backstop. Krogman thought about it, but a good bounce back to John Stalkup behind the plate. Reaching the defensive lineup for the Eagles. Kenny Piper's in left field. Aaron Hopp in center, Justin Eads in right. Noah Jacobson at third base, Peyton Leeper at shortstop. That slick fielding left side of the infield with Jacobson and Leeper. The second baseman is Jalen Jones. Steven Randazzo is at first base, and John Stallcup behind the plate catching Austin Risch. 1 ball, 1 strike to Keck. And a swing and a miss. 1-2. The Hoots, after tying their previous 2 ball games, one against the Falcons last night, 5-1, so 2-0-2 the last 4 games for the Hoots. Looking to strike first here in the first inning against Austin Risch, and a called third strike. Big pitch there from Risch for out number 2. So now 2 away after the ground ball, and now the strikeout. And Keck goes down on strikes. 9th time Keck has gone down in 34 plate appearances, and now Matt Dunham. He's hit a couple of home runs the past few nights. Trying to come through here in the first inning with 2 outs. It's been a theme this summer for the Hoots. Their inability to come through with runners on base. See if they can come through here in the first inning. No balls, 1 strike to the slew commit, Matt Dunham out of Jefferson College. Trying to drive in a couple of runs here in the first inning if he can come through with a base hit. He swings through that fastball for strike 2.
A couple big hacks from Dunham on this at-bat. He swings through both of them, but he's aggressive out of the gate tonight at the plate.
No balls, 2 strikes. Risch trying to strain a couple of runners in scoring position. Here comes the 0-2. Outside corner, called third strike, and Risch gets out of it with a couple of big strikeouts of Keck and Dunham. Well done, Austin Risch, to get out of it. Eagles coming to bat in the bottom of the first. No score here on Car-Show Collegiate League TV. To the bottom of the first we go. Eagles coming to bat. Read you through their order. We'll start with Kenny Piper, the left fielder. Peyton Leeper hits second. John Stallcup hits third. Damian Henderson, the designated hitter, hits fourth. Justin Eads hits fifth. Noah Jacobson hits sixth. Steven Randazzo hits seventh. Jalen Jones hits eighth. And Aaron Hopp hits ninth. And the start of this evening for the Hoots, Carter McCall, as he fires in a strike right there. The last time we saw him was against these Eagles last Wednesday. He tossed 4 scoreless frames, just 1 hit, 7 strikeouts, and a couple of walks for the Harding University Bison. Carter McCall. Younger brother of teammate Logan McCall, who wears number 24. Carter wearing number 18. No balls, 2 strikes to Kenny Piper. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Make that 1 ball, 2 strikes. Our apologies. 1-2 to Kenny Piper on a nasty breaking ball from Carter McCall out of Harding University down in Arkansas. Both he and his brother Logan, prominent members of their pitching staff. Both originally out of St. Charles. Carter at 6'4", 210 pounds. 21 in the 3rd innings, 21 strikeouts, 6 walks for the Bisons this spring as a sophomore. Two balls, 2 strikes to Kenny Piper playing left field here this evening. No scores. We play here in the bottom of the 1st. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly with you here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. Charlie Bornoff on the production. Knowing myself, Will Connerly, boy, we've had some fun calling some baseball this summer. And we're just over halfway done, but we still got a lot more left to play. We've had a fun last few days here at the ballpark.
I've had a fun day today. Every day's fun. We're at the baseball field. Ain't that right, Shane?
That is 100% right. And a good at-bat worked here by Kenny Piper.
Where else would you rather be?
No place I'd rather be.
There's no place like Carshield Field.
No place like the ballpark, especially on a beautiful evening like tonight.
Especially in a game last game, we saw 20 hits in the first 5 innings.
And Piper hits that one to left. Chase Krogman comes in on it, makes the catch for the 1st out.
But then we started talking about the art of hitting and the science of pitching, and the science of pitching really dominated as Drake Salzman, the Maryville commit, only goes 2 innings. And Foley comes in and throws 5 innings, only 2 runs allowed, just a homer. That was a crazy game. We just had so much fun every day. I love being here every single pitch. It's fun.
That was really a tale of 2 ball games. Tons of offense the first half of the ball game, and then the pitchers kind of settled in. Bullpen arms started to make some good pitches, and it really came down to the wire. It came down to a throwing error that allowed Zach Floyd. He was a pinch runner for Chase Gibson. After Gibson reached base, Floyd stole a couple of bases, then scored on a throwing error, and that was the difference as Peyton Leeper chops that one to the right side. They're going to have to hurry. The flip, not in time. Infield single for Peyton Leeper. Hustling out of the box. As Carter McCall hit the deck, he was hustling over to first, an infield single for Leeper. And now the catcher, John Stalka. So a couple of base runners in the first for the Hoots. They couldn't do anything with them. And now the Eagles with a 1-out base runner after the base hit by Leeper. And now John Stalka facing the big 6'4" right-hander, Carter McCall. Kind of works across his body. Comes from about a 3/4 arm slot. Not quite straight over the top. Well, that fastball bears in on you. Not the hardest throw you're going to see, but enough velocity to give some hitters fits. And a good breaking ball as well.
You know, he'll work in the upper 80s. He'll throw a good fastball. And he comes in on guys, you mentioned, it's heavy. The way that it spins at the plate, it runs inside on guys' hands a lot. Obviously, that's what he's looking for here. Hopefully a double play. For his sake, Stalkup, a tough out.
1 ball, 1 strike to the catcher. Mr. John Stalkup, 2-1 now.
Stalkup, a true freshman, was getting good playing time at SIUE, formerly of Webster Groves High School. He has a good at bat. He's aggressive at the plate and a really good fastball hitter.
Just hitting .233 on the summer, but he's hit the ball well. Been unlucky a few times. It's some line drives right at some fielders, and he chops that one through the left side and into left field for a base hit. Back-to-back singles have runners on first and second.
And he's a guy who has a really high baseball IQ. At the Division I level, playing as a freshman right away. As a catcher, he has a great way of understanding the game and understanding pitchers. I mean, personally, I've thrown to him before. He's a catcher who knows sequencing throughout the ball game. He's very polished behind the plate.
Swing and a miss from Damian Henderson. A big swing and a miss.
Here's someone who's polished.
Oh,
More
yeah.
than that.
Previously signed with the Cincinnati Reds out of Cal State Bakersfield. Calls Utah his home. His father, Ron, made the trip all the way from Utah. What a cool story that was. Arrived the day before the Eagles weren't playing. The night he got here, he came to the ballpark, took in some baseball, and then the very next night, he's at the ballpark, 19 hours from home, and his first at bat, Damian launches a home run over the right field wall. Cool moment for he and his father.
And that was just a couple days ago. And he's shown his power, that's for sure. He's shown his power as a left-handed pitcher, and he's shown his power in the box as well. He's headed to play some professional baseball with the Cincinnati Reds. Interesting divisional battle they got going with the Cardinals and the like this year. I'm excited following Major League Baseball really closely in this 60-game sprint.
A sprint that is half as many games for all these teams here in the Car Show Collegiate League, as Carter McCall gets a strikeout of Henderson. First strikeout for McCall, 2 away here in the first. The Hoots stranded a couple of base runners. In the top half, the Eagles trying to avoid the same fate here in the bottom half.
And here's a guy who you deemed had the most Justin Eads-esque home run ever yesterday. Just drilled it to right field, a straight line drive that hit on top of the visiting clubhouse. He has big power to right field.
And in case you're unaware of what we're mentioning when we mention a Justin Eads-esque home run, we both seen this big, strong corner outfielder play at Quincy University, and he loves to work the ball the other way. He's got big-time power, but it doesn't come on the big, high fly balls. He's a line drive hitter that works the ball up the middle to the right center field gap, and he just hit a line drive to right center that just carried over the wall and went under that visiting clubhouse you see out in right center, that building out beyond the right center field wall.
I texted Eads before the game. I said, "Are you going to rake tonight?" And he said, "I'm hunting for barrels." So let's see if he finds a barrel here. Found him this summer.
Let's see if he can add another one to his collection here. 1 ball, 1 strike. Eads along with Hoots center fielder Evan Martin out of Parkway South High School, and that's what they teach there with the Patriots at Parkway South, up the middle, the other way.
Oh, yeah, they consistently want you to drive the ball the other way. Sometimes almost you think too much when guys have that approach, but it's a good approach to have. And Eads, I mean, you can't short him. It's not like he doesn't have power to left. He just traditionally goes the other way, and that's what actually helps a lot of right-handed hitters to get around on balls on the inner half. If you're thinking consistently the other way, your hands are already going to be there on an inside pitch, so it's actually a very sound approach to have for a hitter like Justin Eads.
That breaking ball gets away from McCall, so 2 balls, 2 strikes. And with Eads, he's strong enough, 6'3", 6'4", 220 pounds. He's strong enough to get the ball out of the ballpark, and that's why you see those line drives just leave.
Yeah, he'll deadlift well over 500 pounds. He's a big guy in the weight room as well.
The 2-2, swing and a miss. He goes down swinging. Couple of strikeouts, and both teams strained a couple of runners in the first inning. We head to the second. No score here on Car Show Collegiate League TV. want to take this time to thank our proud sponsor, Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head to itcscrap.com. You can find them there as well. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Tyler Bastunas, Dominic Cusimano, Ty Staus for the Hoots, 6, 7, and 8 against Austin Risch here in his second start here in the CarShield Collegiate League. A scoreless first inning. Both teams got a couple runners on base, but nothing doing for either ball club. 6, 7, and 8 for the Hoots. Bastunas, Cusimano, and Staus. That's hit into center field. Aaron Hopp near the track makes the catch.
Warning track power, though. Start off the game. I was saying that you weren't saying Bastunas right.
Oh.
You got to say it like our public address guy says it.
Bastunas.
You got to say it like our Andrew Marsh. He does a great job. Maybe we'll just do that. A little public address combined with play-by-play. How about that?
How about that? Innovation. Innovation. We're innovative up here. So the fly out to center field off the bat of Bastunas, and there's one out.
But this is another guy that he really emphasizes, and he's more home for the Hoots. It's Cusimano. He gets into it for Cusimano, too. So he kind of has his favorites, and maybe we need to get Andrew Marsh on to talk about, the mindset he has approaching each hitter and what words he's going to emphasize, because it's a big job to be the pipes for the entire area here. And, seeing people, even the noise travels, but here at the Shield Field, people hearing him, so it's fun to see him, how he gets into names. But one we've noticed are the two hitters in this inning, Bastunas and Cusimano. He really gets into it for sure.
I'm sure he was looking forward to this inning when he saw those two were coming up. He was licking his chops.
Yeah. He was probably hoping last half inning went quickly.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cusimano. Of course, the son of sportscaster Frank Cusimano. Dominic spends his time playing for the Sycamores of Indiana State during the spring.
And Frank's been here.
We've seen him at the ballpark a few times.
Quite a bit. Channel 5, they're on your side usually, it seems like. And KSDK.
News Channel 5 here in St. Louis.
Sportscaster, host, reporter. Does a great job covering the sports around the area. He was a graduate of DeSmet High School.
And Cusimano, Dominic, rips that one into right. 2 up, 2 down here in the second.
Dominic went to Westminster, but Frank, he went to DeSmet and the University of Missouri. He worked at KMOX as an intern, and he was mentored by a lot of great broadcasters in the St. Louis area. Now he comes here and gets to watch his son play in the CarShield Collegiate League. How about that?
How about that? And also play in the Missouri Valley at Indiana State, and plays well too. Hit over 300 there this spring, and That's ripped into right field. A base hit on the first pitch for Ty Stouse.
And we talk about family members. Ty Stouse has one that's one of the best hitters in the league, Wade Stouse. I mean, he is jacked. You see his arms, his strength. He's just got brute strength. And that's why he can muscle the ball out of the ballpark. But he usually doesn't need to because he gets into it. So big-time job there by Stouse to maybe get something going here with 2 outs against Rish.
Davey Pound, the 9th place hitter, designated hitter this evening. He was tops on the Harris Stowe Hornets in the 2019-20 season at a .387 batting average. One ball, no strikes after the 2-out base hit by Ty Stouse, first hit of the night for the Hoots. Got a couple of base runners in the first inning on a couple of walks to start the ball game. Then it was a streak of 5 straight retired by Rish, and now the base hit by Ty Stouse. Two balls, 1 strike to Davey Pound. Ty Stouse, a short lead off first base. And Pound skies that one in the air into foul territory. It's going to stay in play. Steven Randazzo, the first baseman, puts it away. 2 scoreless for Austin Rish. A couple of walks and a base hit, but nothing doing for the Hoots just yet. We're through an inning and a half here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. No score. Potosi, Missouri native gets things started. Noah Jacobson, Steven Randazzo, Jalen Jones for the Eagles, facing Carter McCall here in the second inning.
You been to Potosi before, Shane?
My mother was actually born in Potosi. She actually grew up in Potosi.
Small world? How far is Potosi from here?
About a couple hours, hour and a half maybe.
So Jacobson.
Not entirely sure. I don't go down that way too much, but
Jacobson, that's
not too
where
far.
he's from, and he's had himself a nice career there. I mean, he was hitting .435 at Potosi. And playing here in the Car Shield League, he's a standout Division I athlete. He has a lot of years left in him. Excited to see, moving forward what he can do in his career, because he's someone that's really impressed us, Shane.
Smooth glove on the left side of the infield, a good arm, good bat as well. He was one of the hotter hitters to start this Carcio Collegiate League. Cooled off a bit as of late.
But you mentioned he hit .465, 3 homers his senior season there at Potosi. Was just a freshman this past spring, and he's the catcher behind him, an incoming freshman at the same school, Simo.
And that's a foul ball. It hit off Jacobson's foot, so count stays even at 2-2.
I'm sure a lot of Simo Redhawks coaches been watching the streams this summer, seeing some of their incoming athletes and returning athletes on the field, because there's quite a bit, a couple on this Eagles team.
You look at the likes of John Stallcup, Noah Jacobson, Ty Stouse, plenty playing in this game.
Peyton Leeper.
The left side of the infield. John Stallcup of SIUE, my apologies.
Easy to get them confused.
Yeah, they're both. They have similar colors. They both start with S. They're both Division I's. They're both in the, at least in the Missouri, St. Louis area, you know. There's a swing and a miss from Jacobson. One away here in the second. And they often get mentioned in the same breath when you talk about Division I's that a lot of these players from this area go to. They're close Division I schools. They're not the biggest Division I schools. They're not the SLUs.
Oh, yeah.
They're not the Mizzous, but still viable.
You're right, for sure.
Division I schools.
No, yeah. Easy to get them confused. No one's mad at you.
That's the hope, at least.
Oh, we'll get a couple. The hate mail is piling up. So.
oh, we've been flooded with it, let me tell you. No balls, 1 strike to Steven Randazzo. Playing first base here this evening. That pitch is in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And how about this evening? It's probably the best weather like we've had consistently once we've gotten the dog days of summer. I mean, a great day, just a great baseball game we saw in game 1, a wild offensive slugfest in game 2. I mean, it's just been a great day for baseball and weather.
A bit warm this afternoon. I don't think I ever saw it get quite up to 90 degrees, 88, 89, maybe touch 90 one time.
Yeah, but we're taking that.
But
we're getting hundreds.
Yeah, you're right there with you. As Randazzo with a well-struck base hit into right field. 3 hits on the evening for the Eagles.
Yeah, go ahead and run. Get in the water.
And now the Lincoln College infielder, Jalen Jones, steps into the box, hitting 8th in Forrest Herman's lineup this evening. So base hit for Randazzo. He's 1 for 1, 3 hits on the evening for the Eagles. All of them singles. Singles by Leeper and Stallcup. And now Randazzo. He's on first base for the speedy infielder, Jalen Jones.
McCall tonight, you know, he's limited the damage. He surrendered 3 singles, but has also had 3 strikeouts. How will he work around this single with 1 away in the second?
And that's chopped foul. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jalen Jones and Aaron Hopp hitting back-to-back in this order. They spent some time together, teammates at Lincoln College. Hitting 8-9 in Forrest Herman's order this evening. Hopp currently at Webster University, 2-sport athlete. Just 1 sport now. We'll explain when he comes to the plate as that pitch gets away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. As Jones had to duck out of the way in a bit of a crack of a smile there by Mr. Jones. He'll have a nice laugh, and he can laugh about it because he didn't get hit by it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 in the dirt, 3-2. Working a nice at bat here out of the 8-hole. Wearing number 8.
And facing number 18.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Will they start the runner from first here in the second inning? No score. Not going. Jones flares that one out to right field. That's falling fast, and that's going to get down. A base hit. Back-to-back base hits. 4 hits on the evening for the Eagles. All of them have been singles. 2 singles to right field out of the 7 and 8 spots, Randazzo and Jones. And Jones, a fantastic at-bat there. Fouled off some pitches, worked the count full, and picks up a base hit.
4 hits tonight for the Eagles, but they're not absolutely smoking the ball to any extent. They're just kind of getting these little bloop singles. They've got 4 singles. That one drops in front of Keck.
Just kind of out in no man's land out there in right field in the Bermuda Triangle. And Jones picks himself up a base hit. And now the center fielder, Aaron Hopp. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 ball, no strikes. Now 2-0. Aaron Hopp, former basketball player as well at Webster University, point guard. Very good shooter, shot 87% from the free throw line.
You got to make those freebies. And
there's a reason to call them free throws.
And he executed on them. He was good at the line and down the stretch. I mean, those are when many basketball games are won, at the free throw line. And he's a point guard. He handles the ball a lot. He's someone who gets fouled a lot, so it's huge for Hopp.
2 balls, 1 strikes. Hopp. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 balls, no strikes. Goodness gracious. Now 2 balls, 1 strike. See, I can see the future. See what I did there?
Yeah. That's impressive. Write a report, send it our way to see how you did that, because I haven't seen that yet and I haven't figured it out. So just let me know.
All right. 2 balls, 1 strike to the center fielder, Aaron Hopp. Now 2-2. Good pitch on the inside corner there from McCall.
You could teach a course, how to predict the future, with Shane Holsey, featuring CCL TV. And Charlie Bourne.
I don't know who would pay for that class.
Charlie, maybe.
Might have to pay them to take that class. And there's a called 3rd strike on Hopp. 4 strikeouts for McCall.
Well, a lot of people are paying to take classes this fall, and a lot of them may be online. So you never know, Shane. You could get yourself a little class.
Crazy, crazy, crazy times. And now back to the top of the order with Kenny Piper. Both teams have stranded multiple runners in scoring position. They both did in the first inning.
The RISP, not there yet. No Alan Craig like we saw a few years back. One of the best hitters with runners in scoring position really ever in that season. Hey, not for his career, but that was a crazy season he had, Shane. But the RISP early on, a struggle for both teams, a tribute to the pitchers.
Carter McCall has gotten 4 strikeouts. 4 of his 5 outs have come via the punch-out. And that pitch misses just a bit low to the powerful outfielder, Kenny Piper. He had 9 home runs at Columbia College this spring. He had 4 in one day, 2 in each game of a doubleheader. And in a streak of 4 games, at one point this spring, hit 6 home runs. So big-time power from Kenny Piper, and he's made probably the best defensive play we've seen all summer long in right center.
I would agree with that. I mean, it was we had to send that one to Sports Center. It was so good. I mean, just full dive. You just don't see that. It shocked us, and it was a great call that you had on the play as well.
Well, I appreciate it. If you haven't gotten a chance to check that out, it It's on our Twitter. Might have to scroll down a little bit.
Might need to pin that one.
we might have to go do that real quick. But boy, it was some kind of spectacular diving catch. He ranged a long way into right center, and a full-out Superman dive. It was against the Cornbelters. Rob Desmond Woods of extra bases and probably a couple RBIs. The Cornbelters would go on to win that game, but at the time was a big play. And Leaper, a base hit up the middle. Jones is going to score. And 2 runs score, a 2 RBI base hit for Peyton Leaper. He's 2 for 2 with a couple of ribbies. And the Eagles are on top 2-0.
How about it? Runners in scoring position, and you have 2 outs. That's a big play right there, a big knock in his second of the day. Way to go, Peyton Leaper. And you still got runners on the corners and more damage to be done. The 3-hitter up in the lineup. The Eagles trying to get a comfortable lead.
That's chop fouled on the third base line by Stalkup. RBIs 8 and 9 for Peyton Leaper.
What is a comfortable lead in this league, though?
There isn't one. There's your answer.
That's the thing. It's just every inning the coaches have that in the back of their mind. It looks like there's some action in the bullpen for the Eagles, so we'll see when Herman wants to deploy that, maybe next inning or the inning after, so we shall wait and see.
Looks like Austin Tresser getting loose down there.
He's fun to watch.
He is fun to watch. Just playing catch down there for now. Not getting hot just yet.
It's kind of cool how his dad came in the press box after the game and was talking to us and about how he watches the broadcast pretty consistently. And then we kind of learned more about how he's rooming with the Cornbelters pitcher, Ian Losey.
Both of those pitchers headed to the University of Missouri this fall. Tresser, a right-handed pitcher for the Eagles. Losey, a lefty for the Cornbelters. And it looks like Austin Risch is standing down there in the bullpen, so his night might be done, and we're through 2 innings. 2-0 Eagles as we head to the 3rd inning. Austin Tresser will come into the ball game. He'll have the 3rd, and Will Conerly will have the 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings. He'll take you through the middle innings here on Cars Show Collegiate League TV. 2 RBI base hit by Peyton Leaper, and the Eagles are on top 2-0.
This inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling. 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. So Austin Rich's night is over, and coming into the game, the hard-throwing right-hander and rising Mizzou freshman Austin Tresser. 10 innings, 17 strikeouts so far this summer for the right-hander. He's been very effective so far this summer. Just a 2.1 ERA, 17 strikeouts, 6 walks in 10 innings, and he's just surrendered 3 earned runs. The fastball's around 88 to 90 miles an hour. The right-hander works with 3 pitches in the strike zone. We've been impressed with his ability as a young pitcher, already very polished, throwing 3 pitches consistently for strikes. He falls behind to Chase Krogman, the White Sox prospect. He was a draft pick out of high school last year. As Tresser working with Stahlcup, talking over there, facing the top of the order here for the Hoots. A couple runs for the Eagles last frame. Here in the top of the third, the Hoots come to the plate. Ty Stouse notched the only hit off of Austin Rich as Tresser gets that pitch in for a strike. Just 1 hit tonight, no runs, 5 hits and 2 runs. Both came last half inning in the bottom of the second for the Eagles. The pitch from Tresser misses low and the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The strikeout stuff from the right-hander has been very prevalent so far this summer. What does he do here? First pitch, next pitch walk to Chase Krogman on the full count. Misses low. So Tresser issues the free pass to start off the top of the third. Now he'll face the left-handed hitting center fielder, Evan Martin. He's swinging on the first offering, and Aaron Hopp is tracking under in center, and he'll catch it in left center field for the first out. That brings up Nick Neville. Evan Martin with that big home run. So Krogman led off the inning with a walk, then Martin the fly out to center field. Nick Neville comes to the plate. He grounded out last time to the second baseman, Jalen Jones. 1 out in the top of the third, a 2-0 lead for the Eagles. And Neville at the plate. First pitch swinging, he fouls it away. 0-1 the count. Jacobson and Leeper on the left side of the infield. Jones and Randazzo on the right side. This infield looking for a ground ball. They're playing Neville straight up. In the infield and the outfield, a little deep for Neville. We know how many doubles he can hit as he grounds this one to the right side. All but, 2 or 3 of Neville's hits so far this summer have gone for 2 bags. He's been a doubles machine. Oh, wouldn't one be good here after surrendering a couple runs in the bottom of the second for the Hoots to get something going here in the top of the third. Risch was impressive. He worked around a couple walks to start the ball game, and Neville hits this one in the gap. Could this be another 2-bagger? He rounds first, takes a big round, but will stay put. Runners at the corners, 1 out. That one was headed toward the gap when we were talking about the doubles, but since we were talking about the doubles, he'll decide to go get that single, runners on the corners, and that brings up Andrew Keck.
That's a nice job out in center field by Hopp to get to that ball in the gap. You're not going to get Krogman at third base on a ball hit to right center, but just make sure you don't allow that ball to get deep enough into the gap to where Krogman can score. Hopp took a good route to it, cut it off, and just made a nice throw into the cutoff man. That's all you can really do.
13 hits on the summer for Neville, and he has 7 doubles, 1 home run. So the extra base hits racking up. A single there. He takes off. Stahlcup's throw down the tag, but he's safe. A stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA. The Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. So runners on second and third. Andrew Keck at the plate. That tying run in scoring position. The pitch from Tresser's fouled away. Andrew Keck trying to come through here. There's one out. Matt Dunham waiting to hit next on deck. Joe Lincoln waiting to see if his team can execute with runners in scoring position. They failed to do so in the first 2 innings. The pitch missed low. 2 balls and a strike. 1 out. They play Keck straight up, and he ought to. He's had a couple home runs to right field. He's shown he can pull the ball with good authority as well. That's why he's the cleanup hitter. Can he get a couple RBIs here and tie the ball game? The pitch missed low. 3 balls and a strike now. There is an open base for Keck. Matt Dunham on deck. He struck out on 3 pitches looking to end the first inning. So 3 balls, 1 strike as Tresser trying to work around a jam here. The right-hander comes set. And gets a swing and a miss. Keck swung at ball 4, full count.
And Keck's going to back out here. He's going to think about that last swing. He knows he swung at ball 4, but you can't let that carry over into the next pitch. It's a totally new pitch. Just see the ball and hit the ball. If it's not in your zone, if you see that same pitch again, now he knows not to swing at it.
The pitch from Tresser. Upstairs, Keck swung at one a little upstairs for the second strike, but he lays off on one above the strike zone there and is awarded first base on the free pass. Bases loaded, 1 out, top of the 3rd inning. This drama that goes on when Forrest Herman goes to the bullpen to bring in the right-hander, Austin Tresser. The rising Mizzou freshman now trying to work out of a jam. What is a pitcher looking for here? Strikeouts, and he's had 17 of them so far through 10 innings worked so far this summer. He'll look for a couple more. He faces Matt Dunham and Bastunas, Tyler Bastunas, due up next in the order. Dunham struck out last time as the bases are juiced. First pitch to Dunham, missed outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Bases loaded. On second base, the tying run. On first, the go-ahead. The pitch fouled away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Austin Tresser, what to go to here to Matt Dunham. Matt Dunham, a good fastball hitter. He can get around on any velocity. Dunham, a guy who really stands on the plate. And he hits this one toward the left side. 1 run going to come in. There's going to be a play at the plate for run number 2, but the throw goes wide and 2 runs come across. We've got a tie ball game. A Matt Dunham 2 RBI knock.
Just a fantastic piece of hitting there by Dunham. Not trying to do too much. He's got the bases loaded. He knows if he just gets the ball, a nice solid line drive to the outfield, he's going to tie this ball game. And when you start to see balls hit the other way like that, he had a couple of home runs. He's driving the ball well. One of the home runs was to left field. When you can start to drive the ball the other way, we saw him roll over a lot of balls. At the beginning of the summer, he was striking out a lot, but now he's starting to put the ball in play, put it in play with authority the other way. Looks like Dunham's really starting to lock in.
I agree, Shane. Not only is he starting only to lock in, getting the clutch. Everything he's done lately that we've highlighted has been clutch. That home run he hit to the opposite field, crucial in that ball game. tying home runs, go-ahead home runs, tying 2-run single with an out and runners on second and third. He comes through clutch with a 2 RBI knock with 1 away against Tresser, and that now brings up Tyler Bastunas.
And that's why Joe Lincoln continues to put him in the 5-hole and that 6-hole. He knows guys are going to get on in front of him, and he trusts him that he's going to drive in those runs. We know the potential this guy has. We knew how good of a hitter he was coming into this summer. It was kind of odd to see him struggle at the beginning of the summer. He is one talented ball player. Now he's starting to show why he's headed to St. Louis University to play for the Billikens and why he performed excellently well, very well at Jefferson College.
A swing and a miss. That's strike 3. Stallcup will take a peek down at third at Andrew Keck. Makes sure he stays put. Runs very well. And Keck stays put at third, and Bastunas is retired. Stallcup throws it down to first after Tresser comes back after surrendering the game-tying knock to Matt Dunham. Gets the strikeout. Stallcup throws it down to first to officially record the out. Dominic Cusimano now at the plate, and that ball is fouled off. Cusimano, you know, when those hitters in the box and they get those foul balls, all limbs better watch out. Hit off a foot, a shin, an ankle, and ooh, it can hurt sometimes. That's why you see a lot of the players wear protective gear over their foot or ankle area. And a lot of times that's when a pitcher throws a really nasty pitch that's cutting inside, and you don't really want to swing at it if you look back at the video, but you thought it was going to be a good pitch, and then it comes and runs in on your hands. A guy we saw that happen to a lot last year, Matt Carpenter, he fouled a lot of things off just because things come inside, and that's kind of what happened with the pitch on Tresser. So the foul ball and 0-1 to count. The pitch taken outside of the strike zone. The breaking ball hung up there and didn't bend into the strike zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners on second and third. 90 feet away, the go-ahead run for Dominic Cusimano. The pitch from Tresser, that breaking ball misses as well. Both very close pitches that miss outside the strike zone. 2 balls and a strike.
Boy, he is not missing by much. Those 2 pitches were awfully, awfully close. That could really swing this at bat. A 1-1 pitch when the count's even. Those are those swing pitches. 0-0, 1-1. Big difference between 2-0 and 1-2.
Ball grounded toward the second baseman. Jones throws it over to first. A couple runners stranded, but a couple runs across as well. We're tied at 2 to the bottom of the third. We had 2-2 ball game on a beautiful evening from Car Shield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. Tie ball game, Car Shield Field. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here with you on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Carter McCall out for another inning of work. We're tied at 2. 2 runs in the bottom of the second for the Eagles, but the Hoots respond with a couple in the top of the third. Matt Dunham with a 2 RBI knock to get both of the runs home. It was Leaper who did that task in the bottom of the second. Knotted at 2. Henderson at the plate. He struck out looking in the first. The designated hitter, Damian Henderson, facing off against Carter McCall. 1 ball, 1 strike. Henderson, the designated hitter tonight. Playing him to pull the baseball a little bit in the infield. He fouls that one toward the Hoots dugout, a rope towards it. And first base coach hits the deck over there when the ball caroms back to him. A ball, 2 strikes. Damian Henderson in the box here in the bottom of the third. A tie ball game. Primetime baseball to watch. Henderson held up and 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch from the right-hander, Carter McCall. The pitch missed outside. Henderson lays off the breaking ball. And now the red signee has a full count, ready to do some damage, probably sitting dead red on a fastball. What does McCall bring him here? The full count pitch. Rung up for a second time tonight, Henderson is. And that's strike 3 called. That brings up Justin Eads to the plate. So Justin Eads, the Quincy University outfielder, comes to the plate. He struck out looking last time up. We talked about his strength. He had that line drive home run yesterday. Hit on top of the visiting clubhouse out there in right field. As he takes the first pitch for a ball against the right-hander, Carter McCall. There is a little action in the Hoots bullpen. The Hoots pitching staff, they got some of the most depth in the league. A big reason is they haven't had to use much of the depth. They've been getting great pitching performances so far this summer. The throw over from Neville. Dunham applies the tag and recorded that as a 6-3 ground out. Dunham doing a good job to tag East as he was hustling down the line trying to beat out the ground ball. But he doesn't, and there's 2 away for Noah Jacobson.
Dunham, a very good athlete over there at first base. He can get up with the best of them. He's had to do it a few times this summer and slap the tag on the runner. And nice presence of mind to know where you are, knowing you're not going to get back down on the bag. And slap the tag on him. A little farther, a left-handed first baseman has to reach typically on that type of play. But Dunham, good enough athlete to do that. And that's about the only time you'd really see a runner sliding head first into first base. That'd be the time to do it. When there's a high throw, sometimes you're just hustling down the first base line. You're not necessarily watching the ball, but nice play over there at first by Dunham. Neville, a strong arm, but just kind of sailed on him just a little bit, but Dunham saving the air. Nice job.
A couple quick strikes to Jacobson, but then the fastball misses up and away. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third, a tie ball game. As the right-hander delivers the breaking ball, a swing and a miss, and McCall gets the strikeout on a nasty breaking ball. We're through 3. A 2-2 ball game. We send it to the 4th here at beautiful Car Shield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. So Tresser out for another inning of work. We're here in the fourth. Top of the fourth inning for the Hoots. Even though they're always in the home dugout, they sport the featured night jerseys. Hoots are what everyone prepared for here. The home of the Hoots is Car Shield Field. That's the logo you see behind. So they kind of get that treatment just because that's what everything was prepared for. The scoop, the throw from Jacobson.
Wow.
And a ground out to start the top of the fourth.
Boy, was Stouse booking it down the first base line. My goodness. And Jacobson, oh, he's one of the slickest fielders on the left side of the infield you'll see in this league. The defense on the left side of this on the left side of the infield this summer has been really, really fun to watch. Between the third baseman, the shortstops, Leaper, Nick Neville, Will Menendez, Tommy Woods, Noah Jacobson. Fun stuff to watch.
Cade Hull looks really good as short, too. He's a recent addition for the Falcons, but I think that also you look at the chemistry that these two Eagles have, and I'd say I put this left side of the infield defensively where most ground balls do go because just there's more right-handed hitters. At least when they're pulled and you need to make plays on them. I mean, most balls are obviously hit to the shortstop, but I would say that they probably have the best defensive left side of the infield in the league, and it helps that they both go to the same school. This popped up in foul territory, and it's caught by Randazzo. Sometimes you can't see some of these foul territories in our stream, but that one caught just beyond the coach's box. A backtracking ball, and Randazzo records it for the second out. Good response by Tresser after a couple runs surrendered on the Matt Dunham knock. He comes around and gets a couple quick outs, now facing Chase Krogman, the top of the order.
And that's all you can do. I mean, it's cliche. We know it, but you really you got to move on to the next inning. You can't take those 2 runs off the board. You just got to do whatever you can do to keep this ball game tied. Just pitch your game. Again, you might not have your best stuff. You might have really good stuff. Sometimes these hitters just make good swings, and you make one mistake and you get punished for it. But you just got to bounce back. The next inning, it's a fresh start. It's almost like a whole new game. Each inning, you almost have to treat like a new game. I got to win this inning. My coaches throughout high school, summer ball, they'd always preach, just win the inning. If you win every inning, you're going to win the game.
It's a good logic right there, Shane. Win every inning and you'll win the game.
1 inning at a time.
Well, the first inning was a draw. The Eagles won the second, and the Hoots won the third. We're tied at 2. As Krogman will reach base on another walk. It seems like nobody wants to pitch to these leadoff hitters. 3 free passes for Tommy Woods today, 3 free passes for Chase Krogman today, and it's just been interesting. Your thoughts?
Well, I think we talked about it when Tommy Woods was working all those free passes. It's a combination of these pitchers know how good Tommy Woods and Chase Krogman and these leadoff hitters are, but also give credit to the hitters as well. Krogman and Woods are not going to swing at pitchers' pitches early in the count. They know the pitchers are being careful with them, so they're not going to swing at bad pitches. It's all a game. Baseball is a game of adjustments. It's a game of countering what the other player's doing, trying to figure out what the pitcher's going to do in a certain count. As a pitcher, you're trying to figure out, is this guy a free swinger? Is he patient? Does he like to swing early in the count? Does he like to take pitches? It's all a head game. That's baseball's. They say, I mean, the great Yogi Berra said, baseball is 90% mental, the other half physical. Of course, that math doesn't work out, but that just says just how much of a mental game baseball is.
That is true though. The other half is physical. And 90 is mental. And we are going to the bottom of the fourth after Martin strikes out. Krogman reaches on the walk, but Martin is retired, and we send it to the bottom of the fourth. 2-2 ball game. Randazzo Jones Hop 7-8-9. We're tied 2-2 ball game, bottom of the fourth, and the first pitch from McCall missed low in the box. The Drury Panther. Randazzo at first base today. We've seen him a little at third as well, but Jacobson silky smooth with the glove at third base. Made a play and a half last inning. The check swing, he did go around, and that's a ball and a strike. Randazzo, a nice ball player. Him and Hamilton Anderson both at Drury. And Drury is a team, they've got a lot of young players on that team who get a lot of time, and they're a team to watch out for in the Division II level the coming years. Likewise, Justin Eads' team, another team who plays in that conference, Quincy University, a prominent member of the Great Lakes Valley Conference, consistently making it to NCAA regionals. Likewise, the Panthers and other schools represented, many divisions represented in this league, Division I, II, III, NAIA, and professional baseball players all in this league. So
junior college.
It's the greatest mix I've seen of players in a setting, from you got 18-year-olds rising freshmen in college to 24 to 26-year-olds well out of college and have had a dose of professional baseball here or overseas. The opportunity in this league is really interesting, but also everyone's just really happy to play baseball. That's the joy. That's in a time when things haven't been normal in our country in any regard. This has felt like it's brought a sense of normalcy, and when everything in this country seems so polarized, baseball and sports coming back seems like it's offered a sense of unification, which is what we desperately need right now in our nation. We need to unify, not polarize, and I think that sports can really unify a team. You have to have teamwork to excel on the field, and sports and society just play such a crucial role in unifying everybody together. As McCall's pitch is a swing and a miss right there on Randazzo for a strike, but what are your comments on that, about how it can potentially, sports in general, be something in an atmosphere where the social temperatures are so high, it can offer some unification?
And in sports, fans are a group of humans rallying behind the same cause. And to see that happen on any level, whether it be this league, Major League Baseball, NFL, NBA, whatever, to see that, you kind of get lost in a competition. Sports fans in general, during this time, I think what they've missed most is just being able to get lost in competition and forget about everything else happening around the world. You're at a ballpark watching a baseball game. Everything else outside doesn't matter for those 2.5, 3 hours you're at the ballpark. That's all you're worried about. You're watching the product on the field with your family, your friends, having a good time, watching some good baseball. That's what all these fans come out to see. They want to rally behind something, rally behind a common cause, there's no playoffs, there's no championship, there's no big hoopla, no big championship trophy in this league. It's just a bunch of baseball players going out and playing baseball. That's baseball. This is baseball at its purest form.
And it really is, because of the fact that you haven't had a lot of people get together for one common cause. It's been a lot of people having different opinions about how everything's been handled, and this has really provided that. We don't come here and talk about much else except who went 2 for 4 last night and who went 7 innings.
Isn't that awesome to say that?
It's awesome. It's something we've been desperate for. And after Jones gets hit by the pitch, he gets on base, and here in the bottom of the fourth, he's a run, the go-ahead run. Yeah, it's great, Shane. I mean, it's something that we've all wanted. Everybody watching at home, you likely feel the same way, that you're able to see these athletes compete, competition, live action. It's what, the human body desperately wants. The the thrill, the uncertainty of the game, the joy, the drama that comes through the game. Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. That's why I love it so much, because you can't write this stuff.
No.
You can't write the script for any of this. I mean, we could write a script about how wild these seventh innings are, but other than that, you can't write a script for any of these sports. And I think that's why people love it. You can unify and have joy in the common uncertainty that is given beyond and amongst the fans, because you mentioned they have to rally together a lot of times because they're pulling for their team to win or come through or do something and execute. And you see players who just had their season lost months ago. They unify many different schools, teams.
Yeah.
I mean, teams that are people that are rivals are playing together now, but at their schools this spring when they thought they would be getting ready to go back to fall this summer and compete at their respective institutions, or playing in different leagues like the Prospect League or the Northwoods League. This opportunity to see unification, also just deep sense of gratitude. Hey, I'm actually able to play baseball. This was taken away from me. They just shows that a lot of guys are just so grateful to be out here. As this ball drops in the Bermuda Triangle, can they come out of it? Krogman fires it to second, and that ball drops in what I would call no man's land. It hung up in the air forever, but it drops, and we give that a base knock. We've seen some base knocks today that the exit velocity won't impress you. Luke Mann with a couple blooper doubles earlier, and right there, a bloop single. Aaron Hopp gets on base, runners on first and second, and a manager out to the mound to talk to Carter McCall. And we'll keep talking Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, but it's interesting because you don't really know what you have until it gets taken away. And a lot of things, I mean, turn back the time clock, a lot of things got taken away, and it was so sad to see. And the fact of the matter is they were able to come back, and they were able to have a lot of appreciation, the deep sense of appreciation for what you have in your life, and what you in sports is a big thing for all these collegiate athletes or professional athletes. They are able to show that by the way how grateful and how much they appreciate. The appreciation is something that I've noticed for all these players. I mean, it's not something they're taking lightly, the opportunity to be able to play, because not everyone has that. Not everyone has the opportunity to broadcast games right now, and I know we both recognize that. It's something we love to do, and they're both very prevalent things that come up here in the Carcio Collegiate League.
And you mentioned it. These guys have been playing baseball, most of them, I can't speak for all of them, but their whole entire lives, and they never would have thunk that at any point, other than on their own terms, maybe you have a career-ending injury or whatever, but that's really about it. None of these guys really expected that I could literally have this game taken away from me. I physically cannot go out and play baseball. None of us, we sure didn't ever think that was ever going to happen. America without baseball? Are you kidding me? Like, how would we survive? Like, nobody thought, that was unfathomable to most people. And to have it taken away from us for just a few months.
That's why we've heard the word uncharted waters so much, because it's an overused term, but it accurately describes
what all this is.
What happens. Right. And every single day is uncharted waters, because you wake up and it's a new day and it's a new opportunity that you have to excel and exceed and pursue excellence in any area of your life. But I think that, like you mentioned, this isn't something anyone was prepared for, and that's why it's uncharted waters, because nobody was ready for it. Nobody was expecting this. And now that it sets a new precedent, and we talk about it all the time. Hey, anything you do, you got to don't take it with be appreciative for what you have, because two things for that. You have to have perspective. Someone always has it worse than you too. And two, the second fact of the matter is what you do. It could be the last time that you do it. You never know when things can get taken away from you, not in your life or just in your day-to-day activities and what you function as a human. Something you love to do could be taken away from you. That's the craziest part about it. As this ball is hit toward the third baseman, thrown across the diamond, and Dunham gets the out, 2 away and 2 on. But Shane, I mean, many things can just be ripped from you right away.
And these players have heard it. We've both heard it. We always get told, play every game like it's your last. And sometimes we think, oh, that's just some buffoonery. This isn't going to be really my last game, is it? But in a situation like this, it really, really could be your last game. You don't know. This gives a whole different perspective, a whole new meaning to that phrase. This could be really, really, really be my last game. You never actually think that while you're actually on the field playing, but
really
literally now you could literally have it taken away from you.
Yeah, I've heard mentalities also. They say play each game like it's your first. They get that New Year's Eve mentality when everybody's getting ready to go and they're ready to get after it. But it's the same type of thing as consistently knowing that you have that renewed mentality in terms of the premise is you are going to have your effort level and put everything you can into that game. And you don't want to, like you said, leave anything on the field. As this ball may leave the field, it's to right and caught at the warning track. Almost a 3-run shot. And we send it to the 5th inning. Shane Olsey, Will Connerly here with you on CCL TV. Top of the 5th, and top of the inning means this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial
Metals,
batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. They operate a big old facility, 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if you've got large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or even electronics to recycle, you can take all of it to Interco Recycling. We'll give you the number now. Pull out the phones and dial it or save the number, 1-877-258-3601, or go to the web. Open a new tab. We know you're on the internet now. Go to itcscrap.com as Austin Tresser gets ahead in the count, 0-2. Impressive last inning after surrendering a couple runs in the top of the 3rd. He threw a scoreless frame in the top of the 4th. That pitch up and away to the 3-hitter, the shortstop, Nick Neville. He's 1 for 2, but his extra base hit ability been fun to watch this summer. He's somebody that doesn't take playing with a grain of salt. He's been everywhere.
Absolutely. He's the epitome of that kind of ball player.
And he's the epitome of having another double. Nick Neville into the gap. His 8th of the summer, Shane, as he rounds into second base.
My
Another
goodness.
one.
Another one. Cue the DJ Khaled.
And Nick Neville continues to produce at a very high rate. What was it, Notre Dame to South Carolina, San Jack, SIUC now. He's lived in 11 states in the past decade. His first language was Spanish, moved to China when he was 3 years old. Very interesting, cool story that he has. A swing and a miss right there on Andrew Keck. 0-1 the count. But Nick Neville, how about the extra base hits this summer for him? A doubles machine. He's in scoring position. Austin Schresser here in a tie ball game. Can the Hoots come through and break things open? Another swing and a miss by Keck. 0-2 the count. Keck's been on base once. He walked in the third, struck out in the first. Up here in the top of the fifth in a 2-2 ball game. Hoots with 4 hits on 2 runs tonight. 6 hits for 2 runs for the Eagles. Schresser comes set and delivers the pitch. Grounded toward the third baseman, but foul. Noah Jacobson dove for that ball, but it went beside into the Eagles bullpen, which has a little action in it. Schresser in his second inning of work. Third inning of work for Schresser as Austin Risch, the starting pitcher, went a couple frames, and Schresser indeed out for his third inning of work. Through in the third, where a couple runs came across, then the fourth, he threw a scoreless frame, and here in the top of the fifth, a leadoff double by Neville, a 0-2 the count. The breaking ball misses low. One ball, 2 strikes. Schresser delivers the pitch. It's hit toward the shortstop, and there's an out. Almost a chance if it's hit a little harder to potentially double up Neville, but that run, the go-ahead run, still at second base.
And Keck did all he could do with that pitch. So it was going to be close. Probably would have been a ball, but on a 2-strike count, he knows he has to try to put that ball in play. He's probably frustrated with himself, but did all he really could with it. Just unfortunate they hit it right at somebody.
Matt Dunham, he came through clutch last time at the plate. He's responsible for both RBIs tonight, Shane. Dunham at the plate now. Go-ahead run on second base. The open stance from the left-handed hitting slugger. First pitch for a ball, Shane.
And you say he has both RBIs. Does that sound familiar? He's done that a couple of times.
The past few nights, he's really picked up the pace. He's been slugging the baseball. Can he do it here? 1 ball, no strikes. Schresser, the right-hander, comes set. The go-ahead run on second base. The pitch. And it's taken for a strike. Schresser being careful with Dunham. Dunham's come through clutch for the Hoots. Can he do it again? A 2-2 ball game in the top of the fifth. Neville, who led off the inning with a double at second. Has good speed, will score on anything in the outfield. The 1-1 pitch, a swing and a miss. A healthy hack by Dunham, 2 strikes. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. And now with 2 strikes, can Dunham stay alive? Can he get something to the outfield? Can he come through clutch? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here in the top of the fifth in a tie ball game. The offering. Taken outside. That zone is pretty tight tonight. Nothing, no
It's
pitcher's
consistent,
pitches, it seems like. It is consistent. No pitcher's pitches on the outside black seem to be going the pitcher's way. And it's a 2 ball, 2 strike count with 1 out and 1 runner on in Nick Neville. The pitch, swing and a miss. And a big strikeout right there from Austin Schresser. And he's an out away from stranding the leadoff double by Nick Neville.
Boy, if the Hoots can't scratch across a run here, that could really start to shift the momentum of this ball game. It's still tied, but if Schresser can find a way to work through 4, 5, 6 in this order with a runner in scoring position in a tie ball game and not give up a run, boy, that should provide a jolt to your offense.
Swing and a miss right there by Tresser, the right-hander who's made his commitment to the University of Missouri. There's about 9 Mizzou players in this league, and a former one just joined, Pete Zimmerman, who was there this past spring. Signed with the Astros. A swing and a miss right there by Bastunas. A strike away from stranding the leadoff double on second base. Dresser comes set. 0-2 the count. The pitch. Swing and a miss, and Tresser, big-time strikeouts right there. A couple strikeouts and a pop-out, and he strands the leadoff double. 4, 5, 6. Go 0 for 3 with a runner in scoring position in the top of the 5th. We're tied. We go to the bottom frame here on CCL TV. Leading off for the Eagles, catcher John Stallcup. So Stallcup coming to the plate, 3-4-5, and that's a tall task for relief pitcher Shane Newarm into the ballgame, Juan Griffin. Juan Griffin has thrown 4 times this summer, making his 5th appearance, 9 in a third innings, 6 strikeouts, a 4.5 ERA. But only 2 walks and 9 in a third. 6 Ks for the right-hander from Harris Stowe State.
And now he's faced every team in this league. An interesting note on Griffin, he hasn't pitched against the same team more than once. All 5 appearances have been against a different team, so now he faces the Eagles for the first time.
Indeed, he went Belters, Cavemen, Gems, Falcons, and now the Eagles.
So every team getting a dose of Juan Griffin.
Juan Griffin, he had 5 earned runs against the Gems a couple Saturdays ago, but other than that, he's really been nails, Shane. That ball's drilled toward right field, a single for John Stallcup. Damian Henderson to the plate. Late in this ball game with a leadoff runner coming on, you always get to the edge of your seat a little bit more, as it could potentially be that winning run here in a tie ball game, Shane.
Man, every ball game as of late, the Hoots have just found themselves in a tie ball game. It seems like every ball game the last week, the Hoots have been tied or it's been a one-run game late in the ball game. That's what's going to happen when you have good pitching.
Well, it went Turback, tie ball game. Next night, tie ball game. Last night, Evan Martin had to break it up, and eventually Jamie Young had a great performance. You're right, late nail biters, and the nails are probably gone. Well, who's usually biting on the nails in there? The coaches? Oh, man. Joe Lincoln may not have many nails anymore. It's probably nail biting.
It's probably worn them down to the knuckles.
They say the gray hairs when you got a lot of wild, close ball games and crucial things happen. Guys get nervous. They make a bad mistake, and it's hard for coaches to live with that sometimes. A ball, no strikes. Henderson's at the plate. The pitch is taken low. And watch out, a hitter's count for a power hitter, Damian Henderson.
He's going to have a rip here.
He'll get his money's worth on this swing. A tie ball game in the bottom of the fifth. They're shading him to pull the baseball just a bit in the infield.
Heads up in the bullpen in right center.
The pitch taken outside, and 3-0. He still has the green light. Everybody does here late, especially Henderson. You still ought to be careful. 3 balls, no strikes. Henderson can deposit a ball over the wall in no time. 3 balls, no strikes. Bottom of the fifth. And he takes that for a strike. Henderson now still at the plate. 3 balls and a strike. Runner on first is Stallcup. Stallcup with a couple knocks tonight. He's 2 for 3. And he does represent the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the fifth. A 3-ball, 1-strike count. Juan Griffin, his first inning of work, working here against Damian Henderson. He came in 3, 4, 5 hitters in the order. A tough task out of the pen. The offering from Griffin. Taken inside once again for a strike, and the count runs full.
Boy, that's a confident pitch right there. Burying one on the inside corner to one of the better fastball hitters in the league on a 3-1 pitch.
And he can get around on almost anything. He coming inside as the count swells to 3 balls and 2 strikes. John Stallcup at first base, the go-ahead run. The pitch from Griffin, a swing and a miss, and Henderson is retired on strikes for the 3rd time tonight. That brings up Justin Eads with 1 on and 1 out.
What a job by Griffin to come back and get that strikeout. Looked like this inning might be starting to get away from him, a 3-0 count, but what do you know? He makes 3 great pitches. How about that 3-1 pitch coming inside?
On 3-2 as well.
On 3-2, just challenging Henderson. Say, here it is. Try to hit it, big boy.
3-0 and 3-1. He was inside and then gets the swing and a miss. I mean, to battle back against the cleanup hitter, how about it? We thought 2-0 watch out, 3-0 watch out, 3-1 watch out, but we had to watch out for Juan Griffin. As he comes back and battles back versus a powerful cleanup hitter. And Damian Henderson from 3-0 to strike 3. The 3rd time Henderson has been fanned tonight. 3 strikeouts. Eads fouls that back, a ball and a strike. Justin Eads looking to have some late inning magic. John Stallcup at first base. Here in the bottom of the 5th, we're all tied up. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here with you on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Juan Griffin here out of the bullpen on the mound in his first inning of work, trying to keep things where they are and get the Hoots in the dugout to try to get the bats something going and potentially have another wild late inning comeback. The right-hander comes set in the 1-1 count. The pitch to Justin Eads. A swing and a miss, 2 strikes. Every pitch, every swing is going to be magnified here in a 2-2 ball game in the bottom of the 5th inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. John Stallcup at first base. Can Justin Eads come through? Can Juan Griffin strike out back-to-back hitters? He's looking also for a ground ball, a good ground ball pitcher. The offering. taken inside, and he's rung up. Back-to-back strikeouts for Juan Griffin. That brings up Noah Jacobson.
And how about Griffin coming right at these 4 and 5 hitters in this Eagles lineup? Man, oh man, if he can work his way out of this after a leadoff base hit, a 3-0 count to the next hitter, if he can fight his way back, that'd be one heck of a job out of the bullpen for Griffin.
So after Stallcup, who stayed on first base, no runners able to advance him after back-to-back strikeouts. You mentioned it would be something amazing, and no, it would. They give the lineup back to the Hoots here in the bottom of the 5th. In the top of the 6th, they'd have a chance to go ahead, and it feels like the next run, they'd have the momentum to win this one. Little action in the Eagles bullpen. Tresser has worked 3 innings. Risch has worked 2. He started the ball game. It looks like McMahon getting hot in the bullpen. We'll confirm that. But Griffin comes set. The 0-1 is missed low. Ty Stouse, good job to block it. Advancing 90 feet is crucial right now, as that is the go-ahead run. It does a good job to block it.
There's not much that gets past Ty Stouse. He's a fantastic athlete behind the plate, quick feet, and he can get in front of just about any ball. I think more than just about any catcher in this league, we've been impressed with Ty Stouse's blocking ability.
The 1-1. Taken for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Both of them were back-to-back strikeouts to the 4 and 5 hitters in the order, Damian Henderson and Justin Eads, after John Stallcup led off this inning with a single. So 2 balls and a strike. Griffin getting the signs from Stouse, but Jacobson will call time. Jacobson. Can he come up with a hit? With 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th, a tie ball game. Who's going to break things open? Griffin trying to strand the leadoff single. The 2-1. Taken low again, now a 3-ball count. Wayne Randazzo, the hitter, waiting to hit on deck. In the bottom of the 5th inning, Juan Griffin wanting to be careful to Jacobson. We know he can leave the yard. He already has a couple home runs this summer. They're playing Jacobson straight up in a 3-1 count. He's sitting on a fastball. And he grounds it toward the third baseman. Cusimano throwing it across the diamond. Scooped. Oh, no, safe. It comes out of the glove of Dunham, and a runner gets on. This inning extends, so here we go. That brings up Randazzo to the plate. Steven Randazzo in a big situation. We've talked about RISP today, Shane. Runners in scoring position. The hitting hasn't been great. Can they come through here? Randazzo up with runners on first and second. 6 base runners left on base for the Eagles. Will they leave a couple more on here, or will they come through with 2 outs and 2 runners on? A tie ball game, bottom of the 5th, a 2-2 game. Griffin comes set, facing against Randazzo. The first pitch, taken for a strike. 7 base runners left on the pass for the Hoots, 6 for the Eagles. Both teams have struggled to execute with runners in scoring position. Can Randazzo do it here with 2 outs against the reliever in his first inning of work, Juan Griffin? Juan Griffin impressed, got the strikeout of Henderson and Eads, and thought the inning was over. But the ball came out of the leather of Matt Dunham at first base. And the inning extends. Runners on first and second. And here we go. What does Randazzo have? Here in the bottom of the 5th. He'll try to come through clutch for the Eagles. The winner of this game moves into first place. The 1-1 pitch from Juan Griffin. And it's taken for a strike, a competent pitch right there as the breaking ball sweeps through the strike zone and paints the outside black. 2 strikes now. Randazzo, he's 1 for 2. He singled in the second and then came around to score on a Peyton Leaper single. Struck out in the 4th. Does he have another knock? 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 runners on and 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th in a tie game. The pitch. He grounded to the right side. Bastunas kicks it.
No, it hit the
Oh,
runner.
it hit the runner, and that will be how the inning wildly ends. A couple weird plays to end the inning. We've seen that 3 times this summer. If the ball hits the runner is out. So that's how we go, and we send it to the 6th. Shane Olsey will tell you about the last couple innings. We've got a nail-biter on our hands. Stay tuned. Stay strapped in with us. A 2-2 ball game as we head to the 6th.
I want to take this time to thank our friends at Interco Recycling for their sponsorship throughout this Car Shield Collegiate League season. Give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601 if you have large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, computers, or electronics. They recycle it all. Just call that number or head to itcscrap.com. Put it in your phone, type it in your web browser, 1-877-258-3601, itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Dominic Cusimano, Ty Stouse, and Davey Powell, the bottom of the Hoots order here in the top of the 6th. Another tight, well-pitched ball game. The story of the ball game so far, these two teams' inability to come through with runners on base. The Hoots have left 7 on base, the Eagles 8, so 15 runners left on the base pass in a 2-2 ball game here in the 6th.
And that's where you see the runners in scoring position, the lack of execution. It's much different than what we saw last game. We saw 23 hits and just everybody going off. And then the first game, we only saw 2 hits between both teams until the 5th inning. So interesting ball games we've had today. We love it. Car Shield Field is fun to spend the time here and see how the baseball games develop. And an interesting game. The pitchers are coming through clutch in a battle for first place here. It's the pitchers who have won the battle with runners in scoring position, just runners on base in general.
I can't forget to tell you about the new pitcher for the Eagles either, Ian McMahon out of John A. Logan. He's had good strikeout stuff. 9 innings, 15 strikeouts for the left-hander, just 3 walks. Has surrendered 12 runs, but the strikeout stuff has been on display for the left-hander, the John A. Logan Vol. Last time we saw him was against the Cornbelters. He went 4 2/3. Just gave up a couple of runs, struck out 7, didn't walk a soul. That was on July 23rd, last Thursday, facing Dominic Cusimano here in a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Cusimano playing third base here this evening. We've seen him at shortstop, at second base, playing third base here tonight. As he looks at a ball, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and any base runner, if they can get on base, would represent the go-ahead run. Third pitcher tonight for the Eagles. Risch worked a couple of scoreless innings, and there's a swing and a miss. Another strikeout for McMahon. And he starts the night with a punch out of Dominic Cusimano. Risch worked 2 scoreless. Austin Tresser, 3 innings, couple of runs given up, 4 strikeouts. And now McMahon here in the 6th.
And earlier we talked about how our public address announcer really emphasizes certain names like Bastunas and Cusimano. Well, maybe he needs to do a better job because the Hoots are really not executing, and maybe he's not hyping them up enough with runners on. They've left so many runners on base, and they want to see if they can get things going. This game, again, coming down to the wire. The Hoots, 4 games in a row, it's been like this late inning drama as they deploy the bullpen. It looks like Juan Griffin's going to be the one to finish this game out. They're going to try to get some runs for the reliever.
That's fouled out of play by Ty Stouse. 1 ball, 1 strike. No action down in the Hoots bullpen. Griffin worked a scoreless 5th inning, 22 pitches, 2 strikeouts, just the 1 hit.
And that was the leadoff hit. He worked that inning under stress the whole time. And he was facing Damian Henderson, then Justin Eads. He was facing the meat of that order.
And he had Henderson in a 3-0 count as well. Came back to strike him out. That could be a big at-bat, big turning point in this game.
To come back from 3-0 against a cleanup hitter, a guy who's signed to play professional baseball, a 2-way player for the Reds, and he comes back, and the right-hander dots it up from 3-0 to strike 3, and wow. That's been the turning point right now in the ballgame. That swung the momentum in the Hoots' direction. Can they respond with some runs now?
That's hit up the middle. Leaper on the first base side of second on to first, and he gets Stouse by a step. Boy, is the left side of this Eagles infield fun to watch.
He's got more range than you know. That sometimes is a hit against some shortstops. He's moving over there, especially obviously the left-handed hitter. He's a little shaded over there to start, but he got over there. That ball up the middle, I'm not saying that gets through on a lot of shortstops. It wasn't well struck, but to get rid of it on the run, move it over, that's a tough play. He makes it look easy.
And he was playing up the middle a little bit anyway, but still the range on the first base side of second base. Bravo, well done by Peyton Leaper. And Davey Pound's going to pepper him once again. 2 pitches and a strike on the first. Peyton Leaper, a couple of nice plays. And a 1-2-3 quick inning for Ian McMahon. We're through 5.5. Can the Eagles take the lead in the bottom of the 6th? We'll find out. We're all knotted up at 2 in this pitcher's duel here from CarShield Field. Two-two ball game, another closely contested ball game here in the nightcap. The Hoots have tied a couple of ball games in their last 3. And another tie ball game here late. Juan Griffin back out for inning number 2, 22 pitches. In the fifth, the scoreless fifth for Juan Griffin. And by all intents and purposes, this is his game to finish. Started a lot of games at Harris Stowe, so used to working long distances in ball games, working out of the pen for Joe Lincoln. Jalen Jones leads things off, 8-9-1 for the Eagles.
And he kind of like, that relief pitcher, was it Fernando Rodney, who wears the hat off a little to the side? It looks like that's what happens with Griffin's hat a little bit when he's throwing the baseball. It's a little off to the side. The one thing that could happen is Griffin could also, since the Eagles are the home team, have that little bow and arrow to center field if the Hoots could score in the top of the seventh and save the game. The bow and arrow was that that's what Rodney was really coined for. He'd come out after a save, get on a knee, and then shoot it up to center field. Would he do it? Probably not.
Check swing and a ground ball, and Griffin with a slide, not necessary, but he's going to slap the tag.
Wow.
Wow. Nice play. He almost booted it, but he made up for it with a diving play. Goodness.
He got the ball and then just pressed Y. Like when the player, I didn't know they would actually press Y and he jumped out there. That was incredible.
Who says pitchers aren't athletes?
That's great.
Wow. Not sure he really needed a slide.
No,
he could have just picked it up. He made up for it.
Well, the reason I think he bobbled it at first, so he either had to flip it, but the flip may not have had time. He said, I'll just dive and get him.
Oh, wow, what a play. And that's hit up the middle. Nick Neville on a slide.
A couple of sliding plays, right?
They're slipping and sliding. Not slipping, but sliding out
Slip
here on
in was a little reserved for yesterday. The slip and slide for these Eagles on the base pass. They slid through the base 3 times. It was raining, and the turf was wet. Was like a little slip and slide, but now these slides are doing nice, getting a couple outs. What do we see? Shane, the Eagles already with 3 walk-offs this summer. They are the home team, so in the bottom of the 7th, we could see something, or the Hoots could get the victory and close it out. You never know.
We will find out, and if we don't have a winner through 7, we'll play one more. Just one extra inning played here in the Carshill Collegiate League, and we've had 4 ties so far this summer. So the Eagles are the only team without a tie so far this summer.
But were you expecting Juan Griffin to dive right there?
No.
I was like,
wasn't.
You accidentally pressed the Y button on the controller and he dove and got the out. I mean, that was incredible. That was – I'd love to see that. I want to see more of that. Hey, why try to get him out? Why flip it when you can just go dive? Go tackle him. It's football.
Do it yourself. I wouldn't go that far, but, hey, to each their own.
All right, I'll lay out. Go ahead.
A little Chris Carpenter-esque. 2 balls, no strikes to Kenny Piper, top of the Eagles' order, swinging a foul.
Shane's not about it, but to each their own. Different strokes for different folks. So.
I believe that's how the saying goes.
There's a lot of sayings out there, and they go somehow, but we're not completely sure sometimes.
Not sure
we were talking about
the
science of hitting and the art of pitching earlier, a couple of great books on the game of baseball. So we've dovetail into a lot of side subjects today.
We get off track sometimes, but hey.
And we're on track in a tie ball game, though.
Hey, this game is right on track, 2-2. And heads up Forrest Herman in the third base coach's box.
He puts his hands up.
It's like, hey, field's that way, Kenny.
Forrest Herman doing a good job with this team so far this summer. A minor league coach in the Cincinnati Reds organization. Probably wants his Reds to pick it up. They started the season off 1-4 so far. So they've got some good starting pitching, though. Even the first 3 games, they still got good starts. They just ultimately didn't execute on winning the ball game.
2-2 offering coming here from Juan Griffin, looking for a 1-2-3-6. And that's ripped to left field. Kenny Piper, touch 'em all. Go ahead home run by Kenny Piper. 3-2 Eagles in the 6th.
What a clutch home run right there. Late inning drama once again. Kenny Piper, what do you have, 4 home runs in a day?
Uh-huh.
This past spring, he was tearing it up. He had 9 home runs on the season at the college level in the shortened 2020 season, and he's doing well. He's raking.
That's what a time to come up with your first home run of the summer in the bottom of the 6th, a tie ball game off Juan Griffin.
We knew he had the pop. We looked at his stats. He was almost double-digit home runs in a shortened season, but the first pop there, no better time for it. He was due, and he did it. He's been one of the best defensive plays of the year, and that's one of the top swings we've seen in the year. Late inning drama taking the lead in the bottom of the 6th.
Peyton Leeper swings through that pitch. Looked like Griffin pulled the string on him.
And our producer, Charlie Bornoff, a huge fan of Juan Griffin. Juan Griffin trying to work out of it, limit the damage of where it's at now, and try to get the Hoots back in the dugout and try to get some scoring on. Only a run. They can definitely come back. They've scored it in the final frame the last 2 nights, so what can they do?
That's ripped fouled on the first base line. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Peyton Leeper. He's had some late inning heroics, a walk-off grand slam. That came in the 6th inning of a ball game. Completed a comeback victory. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The home run by Kenny Piper. And what a time to come up with your first home run of the summer. He hit 9 of them this spring at Columbia College. And he's got his first here this summer. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2-2.
He was tearing the cover off the baseball at Columbia College. He has a great arm in the infield, great defensive.
He can play anywhere,
player
too.
in the outfield. A big player, and the Eagles with 2 outs, when they try to get a rally going, they're shifting a little bit on Leeper. We mentioned he had that pseudo walk-off grand slam.
That's ripped foul. Talk about Piper. He's played center field. He's in left field tonight. He's played third base, shortstop. He's been behind the plate a few times. I mean, this guy can play anywhere and at a high level.
And 7, 8, 9 due up for the Hoots. Coming up next frame, but they're trying to get in the dugout and get some scoring going. Only down by a run, feasible for the comeback for sure.
2-2 here to Peyton Leeper. Here comes from Griffin. Inside. 3-2.
Likely the John A. Logan lefty to try to shut the door, Shane. Next half, Ian McMahon.
No action down in the Eagles bullpen. And another foul ball by Leeper. We'll try it again. Three and two count to Leeper, working a fantastic at bat. Juan Griffin, pitch number 39 of the ball game. He's just given up the 1 run on the home run by Piper. The 3-2. Hit him.
Leeper, a great at-bat, a young hitter, a freshman, but at the Division I level, he does a great job working at-bat any way you can to get on. You get credit for that hit by pitch because he battled fouling pitches off. You know, a former standout at South Callaway High School, first-team All-State for 4 straight seasons. Now, he's a guy who's found himself a home as an underclassman. He has a lot of years left for him at Southeast Missouri State.
He's on base with 2 away, so the Eagles some 2-out magic here in the 6th. The home run by Piper. Now the hit by pitch And pitch number 40 of the evening for Juan Griffin misses for a ball. The Eagles just putting together solid at bat after solid at bat against Juan Griffin. It's really no fault of Griffin's. Just credit to the Eagles offense for just battling at the plate.
Credit Kenny Piper.
And credit Kenny Piper for giving him the lead. That's popped up foul out of play.
Late inning drama taking the lead. Juan Griffin coming in. He made that great play at first base, but Kenny Piper, the difference in this one so far. The Hoots have 7-8-9. Dominic Cusimano, the Indiana State Sycamore, will lead things off for the Hoots. They'll want to get base runners on early, but the drama comes and begins again. The Eagles looking for insurance with 2 outs.
1 ball, 1 strike to John Stallcup. There goes, nope, Leaper just bluffed the steal attempt. Swing and miss by John Stallcup.
Leaper, good athlete, played football in high school. He was all district defensive back. You know, he can move a little bit on the base pass.
You think? You got to cover a lot of ground as a defensive back. One ball, 2 strikes to Stallcup. There he goes for second. Leaper does, and that's fouled out of play. A lot of pitches, a lot of foul balls. And Griffin struggling to put the last few hitters away. He had a 2-2 count on Kenny Piper, and Piper turned on one and snuck it over the left field wall for a solo shot to put the Eagles on top. 1-2 to Stallcup. Swing and a miss. 2 innings complete for Juan Griffin, but Kenny Piper, his first home run of the summer, and boy, was it a big one. He puts the Eagles on top. We're through 6. Ian McMahon will try to shut the door on an Eagles victory and get them to 10 wins. Can he do it? We'll find out shortly here on Carshield Collegiate League TV.
This inning brought to you by Code Ninjas O'Fallon. They're located on the Deerberg Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing, 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon. At the intersection of Highway K and N, kids ages 7 to 14 will learn how to code by building small video games. By the help of their sensei instructors, they'll start at white belt and go all the way to black belt. Come in today for a free 30-minute session. Kids have fun, parents see results. Code Ninjas O'Fallon, 636-851-9634. Code Ninjas O'Fallon. Or go to codeninjas.com/mo-o'fallon. Kids have fun. Parents see results. Go in today for a free 30-minute session. Also, this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling. 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a electronics recycler since 1996.
First pitch of the 7th inning misses to Chase Krogman, top of the Hoots order. Krogman, Martin, and Neville, just the guys you want up to get things started. A homer by Kenny Piper puts the Eagles on top 3-2 in the bottom of the 6th. And now Krogman, a ground ball out to second base. Jalen Jones on to Randazzo, 1 up, 1 down for McMahon in the 7th.
Yeah, Shane, I misspoke. I talked about 7-8-9 due up. I was wrong. It was something much worse for a pitcher. Chase Crogman, Evan Martin, and Nick Neville. But man, oh man, it's a tough task, but getting one of the toughest outs in the league out to start off the final chance for the Hoots. That's big time from the John A. Logan left-hander.
First pitch to Evan Martin is a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. To the left-handed swinging Evan Martin, 0 for 2 on the evening, has drawn a walk. But just a fly out and a strikeout since. One ball, 2 strikes. Ian McMahon has retired all 4 batters he's seen out of the bullpen. Came in with the game tied at 2. And now he plunks Martin on the hand. And a 1 ball, 2 strike count. That stings if you're Martin.
He's going to get a word from the trainer. Man, that's tough. Martin, a very tough athlete, but that does not feel good. Right in on the hands and holding it now, getting down to first. He represents the tying run here in the final chance for the Hoots, but he had earned his way on the base pass there. That one did not feel good.
He's going to try to stay in this ball game any way he can. His roommate Nick Neville comes to the plate, and Martin represents the tying run over at first base.
But how big was it to get the Chase Crogman out to start this
that's
inning? Now
huge.
one pitch can end it. The White
Huge.
Sox prospect, high school draft pick last year. We know how much power he has, one of the best hitters in the league right now. That's big time to get him out, and now a ground ball could end it. Tough to double these two up. This tandem has been flying around the base paths this summer.
It's going to have to hit very, very hard right at an infielder for him to turn 2. 1 on, 1 out for Nick Neville. His roommate is on first base after the hit by pitch. And he looks at strike 1 from the left-hander McMahon. McMahon retired the first 4 he saw out of the pen. Now a hit by pitch and a 2-strike count. Boy, if that comes back to bite him, he's going to be kicking himself, but he can redeem himself, and a double play ball could end it. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes.
Do we have more late inning drama, Shane?
Well, we've already had some. Do we have more is the question.
And the answer awaits us in front of us, Shane.
It's about to unfold.
No more looking back.
The 0-2 blocked by Stallcup. Boy, what a block there by Stallcup. Wow. That ball gets away from him. The tying run's in scoring position. Boy. If that run doesn't come across the score, we might look back at that block by Stallcup and point to that as a key play in this ball game. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Stallcup calls time. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Going to be tough to double up Neville. He's got a couple of hits. He's 2 for 3. He's stolen a base, hit a double, and a wild throw to first. And Martin is going to hold at second. Throwing error by McMahon, and now the tying run is in scoring position. My goodness. He knows the speed Martin has at first base, but that's the one thing you can't do.
At 10:45 p.m. Don't go to bed just yet, folks.
Thanks for staying up with us.
We know you'll get your sleep, but stay locked in.
3-2 the score. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 away here in the 7th. Nick Neville at the plate. Evan Martin at second base. The 1-2 from Ian McMahon. Swinging a drive to center. That is deep, and it is caught at the wall by Aaron Hopp. What a catch.
What a range. The Webster University Gorlock. We
Wow.
thought that ball had a chance, and then he tracks all the way deep to the warning track. He almost, he caught that ball just a foot in front of the wall. Neville, man.
Oh, Neville gave it a chance. He gave it a ride to the deepest part of the park. What a catch by Hop, and that keeps the tying run in scoring position. Wow. Now Andrew Keck's the final chance with 2 away. What a catch. And that's fouled straight back and almost into the press box. So Nick Neville came about 5 feet from giving the Hoots the lead. Instead, it's an out. Andrew Keck, the hitter, in an 0-1 count. Outfield straight away. No balls, 1 strike. Here comes from McMahon. The block by Stallcup on a pitch in the dirt. The play in center by Hop, a couple of defensive plays in this inning, a swing and a foul ball. And now the Hoots down to their final strike here in the 7th. The tying run 180 feet away at second base. A base hit will tie it, almost certainly with Martin's speed. Pretty good arms in the outfield with Piper, Hop, and Eads. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Keck. The 1-2. Strike 3 called. Eagles win it. They're the first team to double-digit wins. Ian McMahon shuts the door. The go-ahead homer as Keck snaps the bat on the ground. The Eagles move to 10-8. Kenny Piper with the decisive blow, a homer in the bottom of the 6th with 2 outs and 2 strikes. And what a win for Forrest Herman and his Eagles, a 3-2 victory over the Hoots here this evening. We'll be back shortly to wrap things up here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. We'll do it quickly. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Eagles win at 3-2. Boy, what a baseball game that was. Thanks for staying up late with us. Going on 11 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. It's almost Wednesday on the East Coast, but the Eagles win it 3-2. Boy, the decisive blow. Kenny Piper, a big home run in the 6th inning. Aaron Hop, a fantastic defensive play in center field, saving a run, and a huge win for the Eagles over the Hoots.
Let's do it again tomorrow, Shane. That's big time. Big time right there. Eagles, first team to double-digit wins, getting first place, and here we go. We'll see you folks bright and early tomorrow. One of the best games of the year we saw just now.
We'll be back here at noon tomorrow. Cavemen and Gems get things started. Eagles, Cornbelters, Hoots, Falcons, full day of baseball tomorrow. 3 more games. Get some rest. We'll get rested up. We'll be back with you late tomorrow morning, noon sharp, first pitch between the Cavemen and the Gems. Hope you can join us or come out to the ballpark. $5 Frenzy at noon, Cavemen and Gems. Or join us right here on YouTube. 3 more games tomorrow. We'll see you then. For Will Connerly, Charlie Bornoff, I'm Shane Holsey. Good night from Car Shield Field. Get some rest. Get rested up. We'll be back with you tomorrow for 3 more games